Well, I call them, when it gets hot and heavy, you'll hear like 8 people going at once. There's a new word for it. Spurgonometry.
So you guys planning on doing the show from this channel today, or?
I think that's what Nathan says. And we'll just transition from his
Yes.
iPad.
I'm just setting up now. I'll do an intro in a minute. That's why I've got you on mute in the server. But yes, we'll hopefully do the show from here today.
Okay, maybe I'll try to get a link here or something and put it over on Droid server.
What do you need, a link for the show?
Yeah, I usually just kind of copy the link of the room and then I can paste it in his chat for all the guys.
I could put it in Flat Earth. Our Divergent Droids FED text. Give me a second.
Great.
Bow, bow.
He's not live yet. Soon.
I can't hear you. But I fixed it.
He's not live yet. Soon.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, I put it in FED text. So if you want to grab that, Flat Earth Cafe.
Do you have moderation here in case people show up?
Nah, we don't need no moderation anyway. Nathan knows how to deal with that shit. It'd be nice to have some, but technically we don't need it.
Yeah, I just hope Elder Bear and those guys don't show up here. They follow Nathan like a dog, right?
Oh, that's telling if they do.
We can maybe get Uncle to come. He has mod privileges. And then Bino, but Bino is probably asleep. He stayed up really late last night. Hey, Dork.
Hey.
How long has this server been around?
Since the dawn of time.
Funny.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC. Now you know it's flat below ground. Measured flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support of these shows while they premiere, there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curved Fart, Pablo de la Cruz, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tiers Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMels24, Unamento, Iron26, Retro Bill, John Case, Patrick Gunnels, Bob Barker, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links, as I say, to Patreon are below this video, together with links to my book, Measured Flat, that you can buy now for. Also join as an affiliate and sell the book underneath your video if you'd like to make 30% as an affiliate, which is basically the same amount I make from the book. So check it out if you did want to become an affiliate. But with that, I will pass across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. Sorry, I meant to be on mute when I was doing that intro. I didn't mean to disturb you in the Discord server.
Nah, we were all silent at the time. You didn't drop a link in Q Plus.
I haven't actually done it yet. I've only just started. So I've just pressed the record button as soon as I've sat at the chair. And then I've spent 3 minutes bringing up the various different programs which I've not put into into OBS yet. So I'm not actually, this is what I mean when I say in the intro, when I set up for the live show, this is the kind of thing I do. So you want the Master B link? Oh.
That's correct.
Okay.
And as 10th Man would say, what are you doing? You're pushing buttons. Come on.
Okay, well, I can't actually find the button. Meeting tools. Tools. Where's the link? Options. But it was up here. They've rearranged Meet for some reason, and now I can't find the stupid join link for it. Oh, this is hella frustrating. There it is. I got it. Meeting details. Copy joining info. There we go. I've got it in the end. There we go. I think that's correct. So what's this server called? The official Flat Earth Discord.
It's basically a flat Earth dating Discord.
Oh, okay. My wife will be delighted. This is a Flat Earth dating Discord, hun. Did you hear that? Yeah, Discord's for everything. Dating is a flirf. I'm sure it's regardless of your sins in terms of belief. I'm sure people who aren't flirfs hooking up with people who are, and vice versa. People lose their beliefs a lot quicker than their, desire to reproduce. That normally takes precedent over, what's that? You're a Muslim? I couldn't care less. Will you sleep with me?
That link ain't working for me. And is that you said it's a dating site?
It was a little bit tongue in cheek, but basically, yeah.
There you go. I've stuck it in Master B again, Neil. I actually need to set up what people see on screen, don't I? I mean, they've just got my radar. Stick Discord up first, I suppose, as you're in there. E+ next. Looking good. Now I need to pop out my chat. Public 1400. Yep, that's good. Dual stream, yes please. That noise, the woo woo. Oh, it's asking me to admit you. Oh, yes, that's something else I need to do, isn't it? I need to make it an open hangout so people can just join. They've changed this all. That's so frustrating. It's got like a better version. I pay for this room, right? You guys in G+. But I think they've upgraded it and offered more facilities for it, but it's called a pro version. So whatever I'm paying for now isn't the best quality of meat.
Wait a second, you're paying for it and it's not the best quality? Shouldn't it be better?
Yeah, so there's a free version, which is presumably the same as the version I get, but you only get an hour's limit on a meat if you haven't paid for the service, right? It just cuts you off after an hour. I only found that out when I stopped paying for it, and then suddenly the hangout would end after an hour because I changed to credit card. As in, I didn't actually intentionally want to stop paying for it. I just changed one of the cards I was using, so the payment then failed. Anyway, I got a notification this morning that said words to the effect of, do you want the pro version? And I kind of ignored it, and I was like, maybe I've got a new debit card again, and it's just something that I'll need to address. If this turns off after an hour, I'll know that's the case. That it's just actually not a new version, it's just that my payment's bounced because I've got a new debit card, which I did actually get a couple of months ago, so it could be that.
So there's the paid version, and then there's the super pro paid version.
Yes, I think so.
I remember a while back, didn't you use, when it was Skype and stuff like that, didn't you have to click people in all the time?
No, that's this. That was Meet. So it's just, there's now a facility. They improved it so you could set it to always open. So anybody who's got the link just gets straight into the room rather than having to be approved. But if for the sake of argument, somebody joined that I didn't know and I'd accidentally shown the join link to the audience and the audience started joining on Meet, then I'd just turn that button to trusted, and then anybody who tried to join would have to be approved.
Do you know why we started that with the door open?
Yeah, because people were porn bombing me.
No. I'm talking about having a door open. It was during the book editing. We're having a hard time getting everybody there at the same time. So you would just leave the door open. I think Refracted opened it up one day and discovered that door open thing.
You know what the problem with this server is? A lot of people don't know that they have to go to the rules channel and then click the emoji.
Yeah, I
They
didn't know.
just join, they see here, and then they just join and they don't see anyone in here and they think no one's in here.
You know, that reminds me, there's a few other Flat Earth Discord servers that same thing happens. I wonder if I have to do the same thing that I did here. I'm like, this server's dead. There's nobody here.
Yeah, I had read through the rules here to gain access. I thought we had to post a picture of a pet or something like that as well.
What?
Yes,
That's what I thought.
true.
I was like, my pet died.
You
Oh my
need
God.
at least a kitty cat for one tax. No, we could do it. So sorry, my mouth is full of crackers. We could do it. So like you auto get a roll when you join, but I think Bino finds it mildly amusing when people struggle. So I'm kind of where it is right now.
Neil, you want to hear something funny? I was just checking the general chat in the server. Guess who's typing in there, dude? Bev just wrote, you need a new role for people that know globe is not a sphere. 'Tis globe, right? That's such a silly word game, dude, honestly.
I call that crew the Beverly Wilbillies.
That's a
So
pretty
what
common
server
argument,
are you
though, within the
on?
legitimate chat that the moderator there makes, which be very careful in legitimate chat because the mod is Jerry, and he will genuinely ban you for like 238 years if you crack a joke. It is legitimate only.
I don't think anyone cares about that. Respectfully. Have you ever spoken to Nathan before or no?
No.
Yeah, this guy's like a top flattered YouTuber, so it's irrelevant. Like servers want him to be there. If they ban him, it's irrelevant. You'll just go to somewhere else. There's thousands of servers for him.
Yeah, that's just in the legitimate channel. So you won't have access to like debate.
I think
He has
she's just
access to
saying
debate.
don't FAFO in the main chat because you'll get banned. I think she's just giving words of advice to general participants. Am I correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry about that. I thought you were talking about him. Yeah, most of us, I mean, I could only speak for myself, I guess, but I didn't even know this server existed until today.
It's fun. It's a good group. There's like a lot of long-term members, and then we like get an occasional jester of the week. I don't know. It's a good little group. Bullying is pretty active. So as long as you have tough skin, you'll make it.
My
So
wife's
totally
laughing her head off.
I'm learning to talk to bosses.
Trust me on that. The group you're talking to definitely have tough skin. The stuff this group goes through, you wouldn't even believe it.
You said it's a dating site, and you've also said there's bullying. So is that like when you were in school and you'd punch the girl in the arm that you really fancied and tell her that you hated her?
Genuinely, yes. I wish Hysteria was here. She could explain it better. But yes.
Wait, it's a flatter server, but it's also a dating server? Is that what you said?
It's a little bit tongue-in-cheek, but there are members in the group who have actively fallen in love with each other, yes.
Hysteria blocked me because Chicken said goodnight to me.
Well, that could happen to anyone at any moment, right, in any server. But when you say it's a dating server, that means basically people are here to date people.
Hold on, BRB. I'm going to take a screenshot.
Yo, Nathan, we need you in a boxing match with that one guy, McToon.
Did you hear that yesterday when he was talking about that? Silly goose.
I'm a lover
Dude, that guy
nullifier.
wouldn't beat up anybody, man. You think that guy could box Nathan? Have you seen how he looks, dude?
Yeah, apparently he's a black belt, he claims.
Yeah, and when I asked him in what, you notice how you wouldn't answer it?
I don't know what he's in, karate, or something.
The arena, if you want to call it that, for boxing, is the discussion on the table, right? We both cover the same subject. Well, he recently was in the ring with me and he had his ears boxed. So, what? He's descended having his ears boxed in a mental capacity in the arena of flat earth debate to, I could beat you in a fight. When I say these people revert to a 12-year-old mentality, I am not wrong. I could beat you up. What's next? Your dad could beat up my dad.
I was just going to add the only thing Toon has a black belt in is propaganda.
He recently got caught lying, and normally these things are old news because I'm broadcasting daily. It's like, yesterday's news is tomorrow's fish wrapper. And in this case, I thought that would be the case when Toon got caught out. So legitimately, he says one thing and then one guy on his own side completely contradicts him, demonstrating him to be a liar. And he's lying because he's got caught with his pants down measuring Earth flat and doesn't want the measurements of a flat Earth he's used to be with respect to Earth. So he said they've got nothing to do with Earth. Moments later, a guy called Sodbuster comes on and starts talking about how they're directly connected to Earth, contradicting him and making him look very bad. Now, as a consequence of that, I've heard so much stuff about it. Toon's furious. Now I'm hearing Toon wants to get into a physical fight with me over it. You're like, my God, if you'd have just kept your mouth shut about your lies, he'd have probably gone unnoticed. No one would have cared. But because he's so, I don't know what the word is, self-absorbed, he's got wrapped up in his own nonsense. Now, I'm continually trying to push the message that this stuff is inconsequential. Toon's not the arbiter of these measurements, even though he's made some of them. It doesn't mean anything. It would have been measured flat if it was next man or him. It doesn't matter. You don't lose anything if you find out how flat it's measured. You don't lose anything if you're shown to be wrong in a Discord. Who cares?
He would lose something. He made a contest. It was like $10,000 or something that he said he would give to anybody who disproved him. But then he was the judge and he was the final sayer of this contest. And he had like all this legal paragraphs and paragraphs of a legal contract that you sign when you do this contest. Anyways, he would lose something.
On the contrary, so I'm very familiar. Because this person was interested in proactively promoting his 10k challenge, as he called it, he would come to my chat in comments and try and talk about it. And I responded to him on that particular subject, and I kid you not, 99 times I counted them each time I responded to him about his own use of flat earth measurements in his challenge. Now, by pure chance, when he contacted me for the 100th time, it was allegedly from Antarctica. And what did I put to him? Well, exactly the same thing I'd put to him 99 times prior, that he'd measured Earth flat and was measuring Earth flat in Antarctica at the time. It's the same thing he's now saying has nothing to do with Earth. The measurements he took there that I pointed out were flat earth measurements. So yeah, I'm very much aware, because I've, like I say, on no less than, it's actually up to about 105 now, occasions pointed out to that particular individual that he's utilising flat earth measurements.
I wonder if he's trained in jiu-jitsu.
My dad could definitely take his dad.
This guy could have 20 black belts. Wouldn't eat up anybody. That's the part you're not getting.
Why am I being swore at in the
for
chat?
15 years in MMA, dude. I could tell.
Ignore the chat. We're in VC, Neil. You don't need to be in the chat anymore.
Yeah, I know, but I just sent the message for everybody to be careful. They don't want to get banned for 238 years. But I discovered who it is. It's the famous groupies, the Bevites.
These people follow me around, Neil, as you well know. So that's going to happen, isn't it? Don't worry about it.
So,
Messi, the only guy McToon would beat is someone who's like 60 years old on a wheelchair. That's it.
But I love how...
Someone like Nasser Shah.
Say again, Messi, sorry.
No, I said someone like Nasser Shah.
Yeah, that would be an even match. Him and McToon, two 70-year-old globetards. Yeah, that would be a good one.
It's not that serious. I mean, it does sort of upset me a little bit that people reduce this to who can fight who. It's kind of sad, but then I reflect upon the 12-year-old mentality of the people we have to deal with, and it's kind of par for the course. But my current message, and I know I've said this a second ago, but I'll repeat it, it's worth repeating, is that none of us have any arbitration over any of this stuff, right? If you happen to go out and measure Earth for a folly, just for the sake of it, because you're not going to achieve anything with it. It's not like you're out mapping the territory. You're just there making an azimuthal direction measurement, allegedly, of a sun in a particular location. You're like, okay, great. Yes, been there, done that. I did it probably more like 12 years ago now. Right, tracking the sun. Wowee. What you're actually utilising are measurements that have been used since year dot. They're flat, and they always were. You can calculate into existence a sphere to believe in, but you personally believing in it or recognising how flat Earth is measured to create it won't change anything. It's not that serious. So when I hear people go, I'll fight you for it. For what? What will you win? Let's say I roll with this just for the humorous effect of it. Okay, let's do it. Dun 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 dun. What do I win? What do I get at the end of this process? Right? Let's say he beats the living tits off me, or vice versa. I beat the brakes off him. What's the prize? Do I get a boat? Is there a holiday for two in Ibiza? Is the cash prize? There's nothing to achieve, right? Just the anger of one middle-aged man annoyed that he's been demonstrated to have measured Earth flat. You're like, get over yourself. Who cares? It's not that serious. He was being measured flat anyway. The fact that you went out and measured it flat, so what? Big deal. That mean that you want to go around beating people up? That's really what it's reduced you to. Like the kid that was in high school. How sad.
In fairness to him, he didn't just come out of nowhere to say, I'm going to go beat up Nathan. Some random Glover asked him, would you box Nathan in a fight? And that's how the combo started. That being said, the audacity and the delusion on this guy to think that he could beat you up in a fight. I told him yesterday, even some of the Glovers that you argue with all the time, like Rob and all that, they agreed. Like, they didn't say anything when I said this. I told him, dude, like, beat him on a debate, do this, do that. However, you're not built for the physical life. Like, let's be honest. We've seen how you look like, you and your crew. You know how you guys act. Don't pretend like you're going to beat up anybody.
I mean, I don't know if I should mention this, but I had actually heard, this might not be true, but somebody did mention that Toon has got this underground cave with these cars with like wings on them, black, with like rubber suits all around with this like yellow. I mean, that might not be true, but I just what I've heard.
I'll tell you this though, man. Where I come from, when you advocate for people to be silenced, banned, or removed from the community or arena, that's a bitch move. That's all I gotta say.
I hope that happens, because then I could call them out for being little pissy pants bitches. Will that need to? Well, right. Was I disturbing the little echo that you have going around in your echo chambers? What? Get rid of him, mute him, cut him off, remove him, and ban him? All right. Isn't that kind of what you guys accuse me of doing? Isn't that interesting? How hilarious! I was saying
a lot
to you,
of times when chats get really active too, it almost acts like a mirror of people's own insecurity. So somebody could say something that has nothing to do with the person reading it, but the person reading it feels so personally attacked that they have to respond. And that's how chats just kind of like perpetuate themselves into a little doom hole. But I think it's fun to challenge the mirror. I think it's a fun little thought experiment to do.
oh, I like you. Obviously a bit of psychologist in you somewhere. Yeah, absolutely. What you're describing is called projection. So they project out their insecurities onto the person that they fight. So maybe in this instance, I don't know this is the case, I've not spoken to the man, but maybe the guy's scared of getting beaten up, so he projects that out onto his opponent. That's what people do. They project. You're absolutely correct. Their insecurities they normally wear on their sleeve.
Yeah, like they used to say that we were an echo chamber, but they were the echo chamber.
Yeah, another good example. Well, you mute me. All right. What, am I on mute? Oh, I am. Oh, I'm on mute for you to tell me that you don't like me muting people. The delicious irony. That's what's happened recently. Someone muted me to tell me off for muting people. I shit you not. Pure 100% unadulterated projection. It was epic. And I love those kind of moments. Because you're like, yeah, what you're actually doing is projecting out what you would need to do when you say, Nathan just has to mute people to win. No, you would have to mute me to win because you couldn't cope with flat earth measurements you're using being pointed out to you. So you'd shut me up with a mute button, and they have. Over the last 3 weeks, it's been happening quite frequently. You're like, okay, what are you going to do? Continue to peddle out that lie that you've had to necessitate your own use of a mute button on me when losing? Yeah, of course. Now I'm hearing because Toon's had his ass spanked by his own side. Like Buck was the one that exposed him as a liar. Someone from his own side demonstrated his lies, not me. But I understand from a consequence of that, he's going around saying, boycott him. You're like, yeah, your fear is being projected. You're scared that you might get banned. That's what I'm hearing. But they want to simultaneously suggest that I'm the one doing those things to them. You're like, no. When you say boycott, ban, get him on mute, turn him down, can we not remove him? That's what I've heard recently. You're like, brilliant. Because these are all the things that get projected onto me, aren't they? When in reality, if they do come and they talk I will allow them the opportunity to put their claim to me. Now, there's a good chance that during the response to their claim, they'll start talking immediately through me. Again, pure projection.
Well, we were on Gems the other day, and if you remember, we were on mute for like a half an hour as they discussed you.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Well, in the funding meeting where they interrupt all the time is for me what's the most frustrating, because it just causes audio chaos, and it makes it not a conversation. People are excited to talk to you and want to reiterate several times that you're misunderstanding what they're saying. But they don't know you know exactly what they're saying, and you can answer them if they would just let you.
Yeah, they don't want to hear it, though. It's not actually for the purposes of me demonstrating it to them. That's something else that they don't necessarily appreciate. It's like my priority is my audience. I've got an audience, right? In about 35 minutes, I'll go live. That audience then immediately becomes the priority. They're the people I want to communicate with. Whereas the people in the Discord server assume that I'm there to convince them. Like, I don't care if you're convinced at the end of this. I have no obligation to convince you of Earth's flat measurements that you're using anyway. You'll use them tomorrow, regardless of me being pointing out. But, as a consequence of your disdain towards me as an individual, the concepts I'm talking about, my responses to the questions you put to me that use flat Earth measurements in them, you will want to express your rage at me while I'm demonstrating that rage to the live audience. In other words, I want the audience to hear that, but ultimately still hear the so-called argument get unpacked. But in their mind, they're like, you're here to communicate this to me, convince me. I'm like, do no such thing. Get lost. Feel free to keep your stupid globe belief. I don't care.
It just occurred to me, maybe a lot of people, especially on new Discords, don't know that your main focus at that moment is broadcasting live on YouTube, on your YouTube channel at that time. I don't know. Do people in this server see that or understand that what we're doing now is called a pre-show, and we're warming up for the actual live YouTube that goes off at like 9 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock UK time, and that is the actual show that we're doing?
Maybe. I mean, I've mentioned it in the general
now.
chat. Check. What's wrong with this mic? Cutting
Sorry,
out.
I said they know now.
I think that gets lost sometimes, especially during heated moments when you're putting up images for your audience and you say, I'm putting this up for my audience. Well, the Discord doesn't see that, and probably half of them don't know that that's what's going on as a live show on YouTube at the time. I don't know, maybe stressing that once in a while would actually cause people to think for a second or two and realize, oh damn, I'm on the internet's live right now instead of in a comfy Discord. If you want to go to my YouTube channel and see what I'm putting up on screen for you right now live, I don't know, just a thought.
Oh, you see, Nathan always says that because people are live, they tend to not want to speak. Nobody knows who anybody is. I think people speak freely on here, like no holds barred. Look at this guy in chat, just rip me apart. He don't even know me, but he hates for what I stand for. That's nice. But I don't get that they don't want to speak because they're live.
Who hates you for what you stand for?
I am definitely self-editing myself, and we're not even live yet, right? And I'm already self-editing. I think that is rabbit mentality. It's okay, though.
Yeah, but some people know what you mean by do not swear. It's the live show, right? That's the one that goes out and is broadcast on YouTube, not the pre-show. And they'll swear from the pre-show into the live show. They're doing it deliberately.
I was just going to add, I wish I knew a little more about Discord as well, because if you know what you're doing, I think it's easy to just put the YouTube stream right here in Discord for people to watch. You know what I mean?
I think you can share your screen. I think that's an option, but sometimes it doesn't work. And I don't know if we are boosted enough to be able to host like a certain, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got
Well, plus the way I think it's set up is that Nathan's got a panel. I'm one of them. Neil's one of them. That are set up in another room, so to speak, and then we're funneled through his channel into the Discord. Like right now, I'm talking to you, but I'm not in the Discord. I'm in a different server where his live show is as part of a panel. So I think also trying to work that out so that his how he's got things set up could also stream onto the Discord would be just too much. But
no, I agree. Yeah, I didn't mean
basically enough to
Nathan.
YouTube.
Yeah, but I don't know if Gakushi's still there, but I think you know what I'm talking about, right? Some Discord channels, one of the boxes will be a YouTube stream that everybody's watching or something.
Well, the nice thing about his YouTube channel is you get to see his camera, right? Sometimes he zooms in on himself when he talks, and some people like that.
That would be something that the mod of the Discord channel that we happen to be in would do if they would set up just go to the channel and stream the channel live. If you wanted to do that. And just keep it muted because it would cause feedback probably, and plus there's going to be a delay. So there's been times when I've been in our channels for the show and I'll watch the YouTube channel on mute just to see what's going on with the live show. And it's easily sometimes 15 to 30 seconds behind. So, which is understandable.
That's YouTube. Yeah, because Discord is live, but when you broadcast it on YouTube, there's a slight delay.
Right, but yeah, whatever I'm saying during the show, I will look at it 15 to 30 seconds later and see it come up then on the live YouTube stream. It's always buffered a bit. I never knows if it's just for me or what, but I assume that things take time to travel.
Neil, you know what's amazing about this post that McToon did is that, like, if you read it, he's referencing at one point. He also trivializes sexual assaults with his language, right? And it's like, okay, you literally got with 6 people and dogpiled on Witsit for his ex-wife, but you don't say anything about that. But then if someone on the internet tells you, like, you know, I'll do this, I'll do that, you're getting all, like, butthurt about it. It's really funny, man, how these people are. Soy boy is a proper term for these guys.
Some of us call him McLovin. He's real passive. McLovin is real passive aggressive. He will do some real scummy stuff. And then he'd say, like, love you, bye-bye. Just childish stuff like that. I mean, the guy is passive aggressive, narcissistic, trauma hurt.
The experience in the arena is an interesting thing to me, because when I got here, right, originally a few years ago, it was like a lot of people were like, challenging each other, trying to go to battle and all that, right? Then when it happens finally, you realize like all these people that ran their mouths for all these years, right? Okay, you wanted a battle, here he is, right? He's giving you a battle. And the way they crumble in the battlefield, it's really telling.
What's cool now is you don't have to battle anymore, because just like Nathan said, it doesn't matter. No one's going to win a prize for being the next big guru, the next big guru gatekeeper of sacred information that will help you understand why your belief in a flat earth is valid and why they have hidden that from you for years. I was talking to someone about Nathan's book, Measured Flat, All Roads Lead to a Flat Earth, available now. When was the last book you've ever read about the topic that in the end actually ended up telling you that topic is moot? That you don't, here's 100 reasons why the Earth's not a globe or allegedly flat. When have you read a book where it basically says, we've always measured it that way. Here's why, here's how the road we got here. And through all this nonsense, all these fights, all these battles, here's how we got here. And that's all a bunch of nonsense. And McLovin is kind of weird.
And it's not that it's needed. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not that it's needed or necessary. But this is like an example of someone running their mouth about you and your family, and then you show up to a place where they are, and then you go up to them and be like, okay, say it to my face now. And they like cry and run away. That's what I mean when I say you're not built for that life, right? Like, if you tune into McToon's show, he had this timer that he was showing to his audience. It's been 1,000 this many days. Nathan Oakley has dodged me, and he doesn't want to talk to me, and this and that, right? Originally, when Nathan was going on worldwide debates and all these servers, McToon was in the chat all the time. And when people would tag him to get on voice, he would say, I'm busy, or you could clearly tell he was dodging him, right? It's like you're typing nonstop in chat, but you're claiming you're working. So that means you can't even get on to talk for a few minutes. And then eventually he showed up at Gem Pandas, and that didn't go too well for him. And part of the reason, as to Nathan said earlier, it wasn't just Nathan who debated him. It was like you have two globers that are saying, one is saying yes, the other one's saying no. You can't have that. Like Flat Earth, you could have that because they could say different opinions. But if you are a glober, right? If you have two globers, you cannot say the same or different things because your model is essentially one model. So when you have two people saying, one saying yes, the other one saying no, one of you has to be wrong. And I think that's what he's upset about, and that's why he's advocating for Oakley to be boycotted.
Yep, the true sign of a cult. Full circle to what Nathan was describing earlier about the projection, though, right? They say this is the cult.
I was just going to say that. It is cult mentality for sure. And I think it's interesting because anything can be described as a cult, right? Like you can think about like what you use to like wash your dishes, the soap you use, and people really like the soap, like that could be a cult. But I do think there is people want to be around people that agree with them for whatever reason. And also they want to feel right. They want to feel like, yes, I'm right. Anyways, I think that Nathan, we have a little cult here though. Absolutely. I would like to join your cult. Previously though, I have been kicked out of cults, but it's okay. I'm gonna join for now.
It's not really a cult. Like this guy in here, Elder Bear, he's quiet now, but this guy will argue with Nathan all the time. I've argued with Nathan sometimes. It's not really a cult. What it is that you're right in the sense that you find the people you click with and you hang out with them the most, right? So I agree with you on that. But McTune has a cult. I'll tell you that, because I'll tell you why it's a cult. So what they do is, and I've said this openly, and they'll never deny this, and they'll never do the opposite of what I'm saying, right? What those guys do, this is how they're in a cult, you could tell. They'll go and find one flat earther, and then what they do, they'll start messaging their buddies, and they'll dogpile on that person, right? They did it to Witsit. They tried to do it to Oakley, but then they couldn't, right? That's a cult. And then what happens is, when that, like those guys that are like you were talking about, McTune and all that, they'll never go to a server with like 20 flat earthers as a single person, right? Like McTune would never go to a flat earth server debating against 20 flat earthers. Oakley does that, right? We've seen it in the past months. He'll go on servers and debate 30 Globers at the time, right? At a time. But those guys will never do that.
Witsit came in here one time. I feel like a big member.
Yeah, Witsit does it, but he's a flat earther. He's not a Glober.
Oh, yeah, that was kind of my ultimate point with flat earth there, right? Like you can have differing opinions, literally defining it as not a cult, but when it comes to glob, if you don't toe the line for every single little factoid, you're kicked out essentially, and that's what caused all the strife between Buck and Tune,
I don't know what glob is, but I do think that even your book, like All Roads Lead to Flat Earth, that is kind of like culty. I don't know. You think about music, like musically, you can, if you think about the artist whose name is Taylor Swift, if you say it in the Discord, you'll be muted for a minute. But I think that there's a way you can make connections from every single artist to Taylor Swift, and it enrages people. It makes everybody mad when you talk about it. Anyways, and Taylor Swift absolutely is a cult, anyways, I would not. What?
What does
anyways, I would not think that like cults don't necessarily have to be bad, but it is good to recognize that if you are like group thinking,
why are we talking
even
about
if you can
cult?
debate in your group think, it is good to recognize it. And collectives are cool. You don't have to call them cults. You can call them collectives.
It doesn't take a cult mentality.
Do you know what it means
to understand that horizontal means zero smoke? Sorry, Neil. Go ahead.
No, I was just answering her. Do you know what we mean when we say all roads lead to a flat Earth?
No, I have not read the book, and I literally ingested any of Nathan's content besides here right now. So no.
Go ahead.
But
Neil.
we're talking about cults.
I want Nathan to explain it to her. He does a better job of it.
He may be busy.
What, pushing buttons?
Hey, you're not going to get a chance to be talk.
John, hold on. Before you go, John, when you come in, you got to go a little louder because you're coming in very low. Go ahead.
Okay. All roads lead to the flat earth means that on the 10-year journey he's taken to reach this point, every conclusion that was drawn to what he thought was an argument at the time required a flat earth to come to that conclusion.
Well, we haven't really talked to this lady before, just to like get a general information. Like, what do you think right now the shape of the Earth is?
Will you become enraged if I speak on it?
No, you could tell me it's a globe if you think that's what it is. I want a genuine answer.
Okay. So I am more of the multidimensional Earth theory. And
Can you expand on that? Yeah.
I can, but I'm nervous. I'm anxious. I have anxiety. My hands are
Don't be
sweating.
nervous. Just speak. I'm not going to bite your head off.
You are, though. It's okay.
The only
Ready to
reason that
bite your head off,
24/7
too.
Flat Earth Discord muted
Don't
me
lie to
one
her.
time for speaking on this. I don't know. Multidimensional flat Earth. So I do feel like literally we are on a plane of existence, and we don't have access to all of the planes of existence. And I will briefly summarize it in the way that everything is connected, and we have an ability to tune into these other dimensions, but we do not have an ability to control our own or control those. And that's kind of the crux of it.
Sounds hippy dippy.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, you got a problem with.
So you
You got a
said you
problem with
basically call
dimension.
yourself
Hold
a
on. Let
two-dimensional
John.
flat
Let me
earther?
hear what John has to say.
No, infinite dimensional flat earther.
Okay. I still don't really know what that means, but I'll take whatever you say.
What's the problem with that, John?
Yay.
Dimensions are length, width, and height. There are only 3.
That's correct.
Oh, I stepped away for a second. Are we talking multi-dimensional expansions on pseudo-Riemannian geometry in the 4th dimension and 5th and 6th and 7th?
No,
He's
this
a
lady was
flat
just
earther.
talking, and we just asked her, what's your view on the shape of the Earth, because she's new, and she says, I'm a multi-dimensional flat earther. I personally don't know what that means, but yeah.
Oh, John just summed it up.
Well,
Say it again, John.
Let me just do a plug, though. You can read all about it in the section of my book called Measured Flat on Gravity, where it expands into the multi-dimensional theories. They're not theories, that would mean they had some science, but it's an expansion from pseudo-geometry in the 4th dimension, where it turns time into a dimension, into 5th, 6th, 7th, right up to 10th dimensional, and then into string theory. So it's an expansion. It's the current quantum gravity that includes multi-dimensional theory. That's where you get it from. It's an expansion of pseudo-Riemannian Einsteinian geometry to suggest we have a multi-dimensional and string theory. So I write about it in terms of the failure to demonstrate any of it true. I think that's where John was going. Over to you, John.
Yes, dimensions are length, width, height. That's a dimension. That's all there is. There are 3 dimensions, and we operate within them. That's all there is.
Yeah, which brings it back to brass tacks and boring reality. We measure planar. 3 dimensions for us are looking forward, looking to your side, and looking up. That's it. That's what we've got. That's how we measure everything and reference everything. So if you're talking about Earth as the subject, then that's flatness. That's planar measurements of everything, always, without exception. Length, breadth, and depth.
I think the reason that I would say you don't need to be afraid to talk to Nathan about this is, like you've just noticed, you're not ramming multidimensional flat Earth or globe Earth into the conversation and screaming like you know what it is. That you're kind of thinking about it and you don't really know, and here's what you feel like it's like, are all legitimate as long as you're talking about just your feelings. But when you start to say, well, scientifically we can prove that there's 13 dimensions and there's a wormhole, and
I mean, no,
you
I can't
start
prove
going
anything,
there,
but I have experienced nirvana before in my life. And I was not on any drugs. And I have not been diagnosed with anything, but I have experienced it before. I don't know.
Experience what?
I do know how they. I do know how they
challenge
apologise for not being able to experience them, as you're talking about experiencing nirvana. So the way they justify you not being able to quantify or show someone an extra dimension is to get you to imagine yourself as a playing card in a 2-dimensional system. So just height and width, right? And when you're in that state of being like a playing card, you couldn't, as a playing card, flat, imagine what it would be like to be in a third dimension. So then they suggest that when you're in the 3 dimensions that we experience, that John's detailing in physical reality, you couldn't imagine being in the 4th dimension, bending geodesics in space-time. Now, time, as a derived concept, came from measuring the positional information of the sun in the 3 dimensions we already have. So it's a convention that we've derived with light movement that we've averaged and turned into these conventions that we can put on watches and give us hours and minutes, etc. Well, that's a convention we derived from measuring in the 3 dimensions that already exist. But they tell you that it's more like you being a playing card, not being able to imagine your fat body. And when you've got your fat body in your 3 dimensions, you can't imagine yourself in the 4th. Like a card couldn't imagine you in the 3rd, etc., etc.
Have you ever read Flatland by Abbott? So Abbott was like he was a not the most chummy person. It has a lot of criticism about the author, but the book itself, Flatland, I think is a really good satirical way to explain multidimensional theory. And since they've made a couple versions of the book in a movie, and they've since made a pretty podunk one. I think the one in the early 90s was the best example of it. I'll see if I can link it.
I'm not familiar. I am familiar with the concepts of multidimensional theory and the evolution into string theory.
It's called Flatland, A Romance of Many Dimensions, or something along those lines. It's pretty delightful.
Yeah,
it published in 1884, says Google.
It's fantasy.
It's fanciful. So it's a reification of a mathematical concept that's been extrapolated into the lengths of string theory, multidimensional theory, that is. It's not theory.
It's a little bit worse than that.
Go ahead, John.
It's not theory. Not even theory. They're taking vectors on a 3-dimensional coordinate system and claim that they're dimensions. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
That said, would it be safe to say that if someone asked you, do you know that the Earth is flat or a horizontal plane or something like that, would you be able to honestly say, yes, I know absolutely that the Earth is a horizontal plane or flat?
No, I don't know anything. I'm a ding dong.
Don't be so hard on yourself. But
I'm not being hard on myself. I'm just accurately speaking.
It's not that complicated. Well, just think of distances like miles, and then you can understand and appreciate that the miles on a map, for instance, are just measurements of Earth's flat surface to achieve those distances. So in terms of how everything gets measured, it's flat. Or if you want to think of it in the other axis, the vertical, think of things like heights. If you've got a mountain, it's a height from sea level. If you've got an aircraft, it's an altitude parallel in flight level to sea level also. So every measurement is all flat when you think of Earth, and any measurement, it's a flat measurement or perpendicular to flat. So it's not actually that complicated. Most people are familiar with things like sea level, flight level. You know, if I say, oh, what you went on a plane, did you hear the captain call out, yes, we'll be cruising at 30,000 feet? Well, that's a flight level. Most people know this stuff intuitively. Again, in my book, that's the thing that I try and achieve, taking you by the hand and explaining that a lot of this stuff is subconsciously or otherwise already in your mind. You already know it's flat. It just went without saying.
I wish Brief was here. You all don't know Brief, but he's like the best person in the server.
Say again?
Sorry, TC. Anyways, I just wish that Brief was here. That's all. That's all. But I'm happy to witness, and I'm happy to dwell on the ideas provided today. I do have to go to work here in like 10 minutes, so if I randomly drop out, that's why.
Well, may I give you a piece of advice?
Yes, absolutely.
Don't take it too seriously. It doesn't really matter. Like yesterday they were measuring Earth flat and surveying it flat and building the maps flat and putting the stuff on the territory, the buildings flat. It was all being dealt with anyway yesterday. Today, you finding out that they, have a sea level, build level, have altitudes perpendicular to level, have flight levels parallel with level, you know, all of these things that you basically knew anyway. If you've ever been on a plane or been in a building, you know, you were subconsciously aware of it anyway. And therefore, tomorrow, that'll still be the case. So you and I have no arbitration in this. We have no influence over it. So you don't need to worry about it. It's like you are inconsequential when it comes to Earth's flat measurements, as am I. So knowing that it's measured flat is kind of by par for the course. It was going to be anyway. So don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal. The fact that there's a ball, a religion from the Roman Catholic Church that was built with those measurements, where you're alleged to be on a ball flying around the sun, doesn't mean that the measurements aren't going to be the flat measurements that create that system too. So the church has made a ball for us to be on to fly around the sun with respect to planes that they measured the angles of the lights in the sky with. But that doesn't, again, change how you experience the world in the 3 dimensions that definitely do exist. You'll still have to go to work tomorrow. You still have to pay your mortgage. And you knowing that it was being measured flat anyway, and you were acutely aware there was something called sea level. So what difference does it make to you? Basically none. So don't take it too seriously. It's not that big a deal. What we do here today is irrelevant of your life. It's not going to change your life. You know, your sister that you fell out with is not going to make it up with you. Your dead mother's not going to come back to life. That boss that you can't stand's still going to be a wanker tomorrow. You know, so don't worry about it. Don't take it too seriously. It's not that big a deal.
I know. Yeah, I agree. Thank you. I am very soothed by your words. My mother is dead. She died of cancer, breast cancer, early in 2015-ish. Tragic. It was a tragedy. And I'm seeing my sister this evening. We haven't had a fallen out per se, but it is interesting. Anyways, I am projecting and I'm leaning into the projection. And I'm here for it. So yeah, thanks for your words. I agree. I'm soothed and comforted.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm glad they're soothing. I'm glad I'm here. Hopefully we'll have a nice live show and it won't turn into audio chaos the minute we go live. We will see.
Wait, she's leaving the minute we're going live? Take off
As she
today.
said earlier, she's got to go to work in a minute, which is perfectly reasonable. She's probably on your side of the states, and therefore it's probably about
I live in
time to work.
Clyde, North Carolina. I work as a mastectomy consultant, so I do bra fittings, and the shop opens at 10, and it takes me about 20 minutes to drive there, and it takes about 40 minutes to open, so we're getting there.
Take a day off.
Get you.
Well, you just said it's not that serious. Take a day off.
You're probably working for the man. You can't just take a day off. These things have to be arranged. She's probably in a very corporate world. Let's not cry. We don't need to dox the poor woman.
It's a small business, but if I take a day off, that means a woman will not be able to get her medical garments that she needs. And I mean, I could abandon my community, sure, but that would be kind of sad.
I would give you a bit of advice. Just as a bit of advice, if you don't know how Earth is measured, I probably wouldn't share this information with anybody else. I just kind of put it in my back pocket and go about my day.
Oh, no, I'm okay with saying what I want to say. I don't know. But thank you.
Maybe that'll be the thing we get into in the opening of the show, the psyop version of Flat Earth, where you set in social status below fart-sniffing dweebs, overgrown 12-year-olds, and men who think they're going to go into space and be Superman flying around in orbit. Well, those people who are, let's face it, at the bottom of the social hierarchy have this engineered version below them called Flat Earthers, who in actuality just brace against heliocentrism and say, where's the curve? We see too far. Earth's not a sphere. That kind of crap. And those people get mocked, ridiculed, sacked, pushed out of their jobs. So it's best not to. I think John's saying, as he has experienced that personally, he's speaking from the heart, where he's been snubbed out of a job as a consequence of talking about this stuff. Not worth the risk.
Oh, you mean at my job? Oh, they don't care. They know I'm like an anarchist and stuff. They don't really care. They love me. They know I'm a mess. It's okay.
I'm sure. I don't doubt it. I'm sure you're a very highly valued asset there. Certain people give off that immediate aura of, yes, you're not to be trifled with and you seem intelligent. Others don't give off that vibe. I've got to be honest. We meet a lot of them regularly. I don't think you're one of them.
Delightful.
This is absolutely a breath of fresh air to be able to chat and not get screamed at and trying to get Nathan all worked up.
I don't talk her up too much. She was talking about multidimensional nonsense earlier.
Yeah, but she's leaving, so it's not going to matter.
Yeah, I also have like a thought. It's not really a thought experiment. It's more like a physical experience where I'm like actively like talking to the ether in here. Have you ever heard? There's a song. I'll send it in Gen Chat before I leave. But it's called like a Troll the Megaverse or something. I'm going to send it before I leave. But I think it's a really good artistic example of my physical experience on this plane.
Fair enough.
Okay, I hope you'll have a good stream, but I am going to duck out. Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Have a good one.
I was curious kind of what her age range was.
Why? Because you heard it was a dating website. You're looking to hook her up, possibly.
Yeah, I know. I hear dating. No. You've seen my majestic beard.
Hey. Hello.
Hey, Rob. How you doing? How come you found your way here?
Pretty good. I got friends in low places.
That's very insulting to this server. Friends in low places. Whatever do you mean?
Oh, it's an American song.
I'm unfamiliar. My bad. Friends in low places, eh? Well, pleasure to be here.
The whiskey drowns and the beer chases.
Hopefully, someone will
When
put
you
a
say
link.
low, Rob.
Yeah, low places.
When you say low, Rob, do you mean an altitude, a low altitude above sea level?
Relax, we're gonna get to that, buddy.
You can't just say yes?
Yeah, I was going to say, what do you mean, yeah? To be lower than something is to be described with respect to a plane, just for my audience's benefit, and it's just having a dig. Not a dig, what's the word? It's funny. It's ironic.
Take a shot.
It's
Took a little shot.
wrong.
Took a little shot. I got you.
He's spiraling.
It's not a low shot. It's contextually incorrect, which makes it humorous. So you're not talking about measuring down with respect to a plane for something falling, right? You're just talking about, people in low places, which is a turn of phrase for people in low stature, not measured with respect to a plane, but for comedic effect, he's saying, well, lower, and that's true, is axiomatically tied to a planar description. To be lower means you need a plane of reference to describe being lower than something else, even though it's social stature, which is where the joke lies. I had to laugh. I thought it was funny.
Well, I think the North Pole is higher than the South Pole because the South Pole is down at the bottom.
No, that's the wrong direction fallacy. So to describe azimuth is to describe degrees from north in the horizontal. A degree for south is 180 degrees in opposition in the horizontal to north. So you can't be up or down. The systems are interchangeable, but not compatibly. They're mutually exclusive when you describe azimuth and altitude. So altitude is like an angle from a plane, like if you're measuring an altitude angle to a star or the sun. Yeah. And then azimuth is the direction in the horizontal. So they're mutually exclusive, but also combined because they're axiomatically tied at the hip at 90 degrees. Make sense?
Damn. You're pretty good.
Pretty good at what?
For like 10,
explaining a joke.
Years.
It was just a joke. He was only joking.
What Rob means is still doesn't mean flat.
I said in the warm-up, in the pre-show, there's no winning, there's no losing. It doesn't matter. He can have his belief. Tell us that it doesn't mean it's flat. It doesn't matter. The measurements are still azimuth and altitude. Azimuth being horizontal, altitude being from the horizontal in the vertical. These are just, they're measurements that we use for Earth measurement, and you don't have to like them. It doesn't matter if Rob likes them because he's got a heliocentric worldview. Well, that depends on them too. He can relinquish these, but they're part of his faith. So it's difficult to relinquish them if you're a ball believer. Or for my audience, if you're a ball believer, you rely on flat Earth measurements. It's what builds the ball. So therefore, when someone like me points out how flat Earth is measured in your belief, that can be very troubling for some people, understandably so. And moving forward, hopefully I can have some empathy for these people, rather than shouting at them because they're suddenly having to stutter and stammer through the top of me, or take the piss that they're stuttering and stammering through the top of me. I should have some empathy, right? Maybe feel their pain, because they are in pain. That's why they're doing it. You know, the globe's made with flat Earth measurements. That can be very painful for some people.
I am Cornelio. I need measurements for my bumhole.
You say corn Helios, as in the sun? I know you were using the Beavis and Butthead. I used to like Beavis
I am
and Butthead.
Cornelio. Another joke.
It's the same, you know who made Beavis and Butthead? It's the same guy that did Idiocracy. Same guy.
You want to go to Starbucks?
Me? I've got a buy me a coffee link below the video. I love it when there's a segue to me begging. You can buy me a coffee.
No,
if you were so inclined.
Free coffee and a hand job from Starbucks.
I don't know about hand job, but if you were inclined to pay for a coffee for me, then just click on the link and metaphorically give me money via a coffee link. Because that's just as good as us being in person and you paying for the coffees.
Myself, dude.
Support me via the link below.
The only way I could buy you coffee is if I made it myself, so I could stir it with my dick.
Hey, listen, Nathan.
Reminds me of a joke.
Nathan, like you just was explained, like it's it's very hard for the ballers when you explain to them that their ball is measured from flat Earth measurements. Now, that's fair enough, but on the past few weeks on the shows, they do realise that because that's the only measurements that they offer up. You know, when they define the globe, they will tell you it's measured from sea level and elevation angles, and they'll mention altitudes and angle measuring pieces of equipment. So they must realise it because that's the measurements they are using. So it's a little bit of a funny, one minute we say, sorry, mate.
Is that one deck? I can't hear you. Let me turn you up, man. I'm sorry. Oh, I can't find you. Where are you at? Oh, it's in Nathan. I'll turn Nathan all the way up.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to have a funny voice off with you versus Brian's logic? You guys would just say random things and we could just laugh.
So,
yeah, but what I was explaining.
Sorry to interrupt. I just need to shout out a super chat. So shout out to Len Lennox 1984. It says, "Is Rob going to put up the bat signal to summon the other dweebs?" Thank you for the super chat.
They don't like me, man. Honestly, those people like Gem Pandas and stuff like that, you guys think they're like they don't really like me either. When you're not there, they shit on me. So they don't like me either, man.
They don't like you because they like to find like a little bit of social presence in a hierarchy. So the last time I interacted with that server was about 6-7 years ago. And what I noticed was that there was a huge amount of internal bullying. Like people were being checked and put in their place and let known where their stature belonged within the server. Now this isn't like
it's a rough place, that's for sure.
It's just inter-baller bullying. You don't know as much as I do. You need to know your place.
Pretty much. It's an intellectual dick measuring. I'm sorry, intellectual penis measuring contest.
Yeah, absolutely, without
all
question.
Good. I thrive in those environments, Nathan. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's like I argue with flat earthers, of course, but I argue with everybody. Like Rob that's one thing about me. I'll give everybody shit. I'm arguing with Gem Panda. I argue with all those guys. I mean, I don't think of it like that. I just argue with you guys because I just think it's ridiculous, but it's all good.
Yes, you're a real maverick.
Argue that words don't exist?
Sorry, John. Go ahead. Ask again. I'll rumpus your question.
Would you argue that words don't exist?
No, but I would argue that no one knows where words come from. I would argue that.
No, just the existence of words. Would you argue against the position that words exist?
No, I wouldn't do that. No.
There you go. He says, of course not.
Yeah, me personally, no, I wouldn't do that.
Then why would you ever argue against measurement?
I don't. I argue with the measurements that we have that you guys try to use and say they're used for flatness. They're not.
I don't have any measurements, right? So just I tried to make that disclaimer at the beginning of the show just before we went live to that woman. You're not going to be doing anything with this information. You're not going to be measuring anything. So when you say to me or John in this instance, the measurements you use, which ones? There isn't any.
The Haberstein formula, stuff like that. Haberstein formula. As soon as you invoke the Haberstein formula, you already know it's a globe.
So the Haberstein formula converts from flat measurements. You appreciate that it's a conversion, right?
No, it only works on a globe.
I could take us through what you do in the Haberstein formula. Take us through it.
No, that's the whole thing. I don't have to. That's what you guys want us to do. You want us to explain everything for you so you can steal it and use it.
You win.
It's kind of like
you win, Brenda.
Like what the
You win,
is.
Brenda. You win,
Oh, no,
Brenda. You win, Brenda.
That's fucked up, dude. All right, Jim Panda.
Well, it's a formula. It's not a measurement. You've already admitted. You've said it's a formula. We're asking about measurements.
Yeah, we have them all. We have all the measurements. We have the measurements of distances over long measurements over long distances. We have measurements of angles. We have measurements of degrees of curvature. I mean, everything you guys want. You guys already know all this stuff. You guys know more than the average person about this because you guys have been doing it for 10 years. So you guys definitely know the keywords to look for and what to point out and, where to draw some disruption in people's minds. It's all good. I don't really care.
Well, you just listed a long list of flat Earth measurements, which was awesome. So, the curvature would be the curvature of the protractor that we measure the angles with respect to the Earth that's flat for the planar angles in the vertical that we covered about 10 minutes ago, like azimuth and altitude. Those are the measurements of Earth. And the protractor creates the globe. So when you say the curve, that's just the curve of the protractor you measure the angles to lights in the sky with. Again, when you said you guys use measurements, this isn't mine. So me explaining how azimuth and altitude, again, moot. I'm not out. I've got a map. Like, literally, my hands are empty. I know where I am. I don't need a map. I don't need azimuth. I don't need altitude. I'm not doing SalNav. I'm not building a ball religion. I'm not doing any of those things. But you seem to think that somehow you can ascribe Earth's measurements, which are flat, to us. It's like, why? So you can kill the messenger holding the facts. They're still going to be measured flat tomorrow, Rob. Doesn't matter if I talk about them or not. I'm not using them for anything, though.
I'm not trying to prescribe them to you. I'm just, you guys are the ones that are quoting these and using them in your presentations by saying that all measurements show that the Earth is measured flat. And we're just saying, well, on the contrary, every measurement you take is showing that the Earth is a curve. It's a spheroid.
No,
and then we start the argument.
Well, it's not an argument. It's just you're misguided in your assumptions. So when you say that there's curvature, a curvature measurement would be a drop in the vertical with respect to a distance. That's what curvature is.
No.
No. Brenda, good job. Win number 2.
I mean, I'm just saying, if everybody it's possible to do this. Anybody can measure the Earth. You could go measure the Earth flat right now. You could bring up the evidence to, say, hey, the Earth is flat, but they've been lied, and you would be the world famous person in history.
No, they were already using it with those measurements. That's the point I just made.
Outside right now.
Hold on, John. That's what we just got to, but you didn't want to accept it. I pointed out how those measurements work. Drop over distance, rise over run. That's how Earth's surveyed and measured. You said no. Then you immediately had a bit of wishful thinking. A little moment where you went, I'm going to now decide that the measurements I say no to, rise over run, drop over distance, how you'd measure curve with horizontal distance measurements, and then tell me that I've not got any measurements. No, you want to believe Earth's measured, curvy. Oh, the pain. I should have the empathy, shouldn't I? Again, it's bless him. 3rd win. Well done talking while I'm talking. You win again.
Well, that wasn't really, because, you were saying something that wasn't, that's not what I was inferring, so.
That wasn't a sentence. Rob. That interruption wasn't actually a full sentence. That wasn't a coherent sentence. You just said, do you want to get a grip?
But I'm saying without a doubt, there is no question about it. We are the ones who measure the Earth, and we measure it to be a globe. We have the measurements that prove the sphere, that prove the curve. You can visualize the curve in some spots. You can do experiments to prove the Earth is in motion. You can look at the stars. I mean, there's so many different ways to do it. Tides, tectonic plates, earthquakes, Coriolis effect.
Okay, should we go through
That's all false information.
We have a live camera right now from space. Can you disprove that? Can you disprove that the ISS we're seeing right now live stream is fake?
Well, you've offered us quite a few things to go on with. I mean, which one do you want to start with? Coriolis effect with respect to a planar surface that's non-inertial.
It's your show.
You want to talk about? I mean, I've only got 3
show.
sentences in, and immediately your chat's skanking through me. Basically, Rob, if you now overtalk what I respond to every one of your flat Earth measurements that you just listed off, by spurging through the top of me taking you through seismic measurements in the 3 orientations that are planar, or Coriolis with respect, you just talking straight through the top of it means that these things aren't flat Earth measurements. You're going to take a Brenda win for the 4th time, aren't you? Just by yakking through the responses that you're actually measuring flat Earth with all of these things. Oh, a Brenda win. Oh, take the victory. Do you want to run around with your cup? Did you win a cup?
Didn't
run around with it. You just won.
Fight ain't over. So how can I claim a victory? I don't claim victories. I let the crowd do that. And I said pick one. I wasn't interrupting you. I was simply saying pick one.
No worries.
I
could. You could make a demand that I do something in the middle of me responding to what you've just said unimpeded, and tell me that I need to be picking things in the middle of me unpacking your flat Earth measurements. Now you've got a non-stop yak-hacky demeanour where everything I say is impeded by your words, Rob. It seems like every single word I say from this point forth will have Rob talking through the top of it, because that's the way these guys think they win. Somebody opposing them in their echo chamber needs to be permanently muted. So Rob now won't shut up in the middle of this audio chaos that Rob's decided is going to cause as a consequence of me taking what he said and taking him through his own flat Earth measurements that what he has said is dependent on. So yakking through me is going to mean that I don't get to make any unimpeded response to anything. I've attempted twice. This will be the 2nd attempt to go through seismology and the Coriolis effect. And what we're hearing with my rebuttals coming Rob's way is Rob's non-stop spurg attack. That's to say he's having a mental breakdown in the middle of me breaking it down for you, the audience. Obviously, Rob's decided that his voice is more important than hearing how Coriolis is measured with respect to a non-inertial rotating frame of reference and how distances in seismology and the orientation of up, down, left, right, forward and backward, the seismological measurements that he'll be relying on are also planar. But maybe we could just have non-stop audio chaos with Rob talking through me, because this is also a way of winning. Just talk through your opponent non-stop while he addresses what's been put to you, so the audience can't really hear what's being said, and that's basically a win. The other way you could describe this is the way a 5-year-old responds when they're being disciplined by a parent, and they go, la, 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 I'm not listening. That's what Rob Noxious is currently doing through the top of me. Non-stop talking. Now, presumably you realise this is an unmoderated room, therefore he's going to get away with it as long as he can do it until he wears himself out mentally.
Oh, of course.
Now, fortunately for me, there's no consequences to what's happening here. Earth will still be measured flat with seismology, Coriolis effect, altitudes for satellites. But ultimately, if Rob talks through all of these things, he thinks that it's not going to affect the fact that these are flat Earth measurements he's appealed to. So that's what we're going to get now. We've got non-stop live show chaos because Rob's in the room. So I don't know if there's a moderator to appeal to. What can I do? I'm going to have to disappear from this server. Unfortunately, Rob's decided that he's going to make this show complete audio chaos. Unfortunately, I just have to deafen myself in the server. So, unfortunately, this time in the server is now going to have to come to a conclusion, because sometimes you've just got assholes in your midst. And what they want to do is put things to you in lengthy, unimpeded style, and then when the response comes that you're using flat Earth measurements, they're never going to let you actually get to the end of half a sentence, because they can just cause audio chaos. An effective mute button, I think you'll all agree. Now, like I say, we're in a new server. My team have gone out of their way to find new places to inhabit so we can talk about the book. That's Measured Flat, available in the info box below this video, because people don't want to see us throwing pearls to swine. Plenty of criticism has come from the scum nature of the people who inhabit servers like this one. And it's not. It's just a handful of people like Rob who follow me around like lost kittens. And when they do decide that they're going to interact with us, they can tolerate it for about 3.5 minutes until they use a flat Earth measurement. And then we have endless, constant Discord chaos. Well, it's like, why would we allow this in our midst? Everywhere we go, we're going to get followed by scumbags like Rob, who can't cope with the fact that all of the things he's laid down on the table are flat Earth measurements. Now, as a consequence, I've got to stay on server deafen. Oh, he's been presumably taken care of by one of the moderators who've server deafened him at long last. So we can finally calmly go through some of the claims. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Did you hear me when I was talking to you earlier?
I don't understand, because you let him speak, and then when it was your time to speak, he just spurgonometry.
Yeah.
Well, it's because on some level he recognizes that those measurements were planar. There's some part of his cognition that's not wanting to accept that.
Yeah. So it's the 5-year-old's response. I don't want to hear this. La, 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 la. I'll talk while you're talking non-stop. But we can unpack some of the things, hopefully a little bit more calmer now that Rob's decided to take his conniption fit elsewhere, or the server moderators have more likely had to take charge of him, which is the case when you go nuts because you've decided it's too painful to hear about how seismology measures Earth flat. That's how it's working. It's measuring 3 different axes, planar. Those dimensions that we talked about in the pre-show, that's what seismology is. An Earth that is flat is being measured when you measure seismology of the land. There's no extra axes, there's just the 3. That's what's being measured. Same goes for when you describe a suggested Coriolis deflection. Well, that's a planar description of a non-inertial turning reference frame that he appealed to. Satellites, what the altitude measured from sea level, if we're to believe that they are in existence, and we accept that they are there, then we must accept that they are measured in altitude terminology from a flat plane at sea level. Was there anything else that he offered up? I think the distances was the other that he said. We measure curvature. Well, as I pointed out, and he just had no as the response the initial time, I'll repeat it now. The distances are horizontal. To derive curve, that's hills, then you measure the vertical deviation from the horizontal measurement in linear miles or kilometres. That's how Earth's been measured. We've surveyed every smegging inch of it. We probably won't get through all of Rob's list, but there we go. That's as much as I've got before an interruption. Whoever that is, go ahead.
I was just you mentioned tides, Nathan. I was just you wanted the list. You mentioned tides as well, which is just an average measurement.
You go ahead. You go ahead. You explain tides. If that was on the list,
I'm
I
saying
forgot
there's different tides. It's just that's how we get an average mean sea level. You know, there's different tides at different levels, and sea level is level, and that is the 0-degree baseline for all elevation profiles on Earth. So mentioning tides isn't proof of curvature. It's just referencing the ocean and the mean sea level, which is the master reference for all measurements of Earth. Unless I've missed anything, Nathan.
No, yeah, you're talking about the average that you acquire the datum for the altitudes with respect to surface level, or sea level in this instance, mean sea level, I'm sorry. And that's just another flat Earth measurement. The acquisition of sea level itself, tides, is a flat Earth measurement also. Shout out to Unitox Femu, who says, 1 centimetre is flat, but if you have 10 million centimetres, what is 100 kilometres than that line? Curved? 784 metres? Right, I think I follow what you're saying. Are you asking if the horizontal distance that's linear in all formats, miles, kilometres, whatever it may be, curve at a certain... No, it doesn't curve and have a drop at a certain distance. The certain distance would give you the ability to derive a drop with respect to it. I think that's what Unitox Svenmu is saying with this super chat. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat.
Rob made me laugh when he said you've got
Hold on one deck. Just one sec. Go ahead, Edabear.
Sorry.
So I've been listening to one of probably your most committed supporters the last few days. He sort of fashioned himself on you. He's kind of doing a bit like what you'd like to do with DJ and bring him on board. I think he's trying to bring you on board. Roger Ledwell. He said a couple of days ago that you laid a booby trap with your book. He said the booby trap was that you were able to collect people's ISP addresses.
I speak to Roger relatively regularly. He's never mentioned this to me. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm sure he can speak for himself when he contacts me.
Well, it's in the show. You can. 19 minutes, 40 seconds of a show he had the other day called "Honor Amongst Thieves." Ironically, that's what he said. And then you did say that you had got the names and addresses, or the names of all the people who bought the book. So that would probably
talking to the scumbag
sort of meet the story that he's given out.
I have no idea what you're babbling about. Selling stuff means you acquire the names of customers. That's what selling stuff is. When you sell something.
From all the people who bought your book.
Yeah, when you sell things, you get people's names, addresses, and information. That's what selling is.
But are the public aware that they're giving up that information to you?
Yeah, they type it into the information box when they buy the bleeding book. Obviously, this man's not bought the book. Obviously, you've not purchased it. Hold on, I'm answering you. I'm answering you.
Yeah, he just ratted himself out.
Yeah, so you haven't bought the book, or you'd be acutely aware that you have to put your name and address and information into the boxes when purchasing it. You've clearly not purchased it.
The thing is, Nathan, what you have to understand is that Kindle...
Yeah, probably stole
Kindle
it.
And, hang on, I'll explain. Kindle and iBooks allow people to share books.
Hanging on. You need to go somewhere, dude.
Right?
You're just scum.
Yeah, totally scummy. And it sounds like you're a thief, or you'd be acutely aware of what is involved in purchasing something from a website that asks you for your information, your personal information. Yeah, asks you for it. Because you don't realise that, and you think this is some sort of a revelation that when you buy something, people ask for your personal information. Yeah, they do. Yes, that's not a shock. When you've gone through the process to buy the thing, you've clearly not done that. You've obviously not gone through the process of actually purchasing a copy, but you seem to know all about it.
Then let me explain.
No, I don't want to talk to you. You're a scumbag. You're a scumbag.
Kindle and iBooks allow you to have a friends and family account. And you can share your book with 5 people.
What is this guy going on about, for God's sake?
Which member of your family purchased it? All right. Really? Which member of your family did you share it from?
Your family or friends. Family or friends. And I've got it.
You've got none of them.
So what? What's your point? Who cares? So is this just my opportunity to plug my book again? No worries. If you want to buy a book, you will be asked for your name when you purchase it. What a shock. Anybody who's ever purchased anything ever will not be surprised that you'll be asked for your personal information when purchasing something. Shock and awe. Yeah, it's suggested when it asks you for your name. What a shock. But yes, if you did want to purchase a copy of my book, there's a link below. It's caused quite a stir. Quite a few people want to find fault, however pathetic it may be, in the process of selling things like books. Now, obviously, people who are unfamiliar with the process of purchasing a book will be in shock that you're asked for your name when you purchase it. But yes, you can indeed buy a book measured flat. Links below. You can also make money from selling it. That is to say, you can become an affiliate. And you can make the same amount of money from my book as I make from it when it sells through your affiliate link. Links also below this video if you wanted to become an affiliate and sell Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley below your video. Check it out today.
Well, the thing is that bookonline.club is a different entity to you. That's where people pay. And they will have a data protection policy, I'd imagine. But I don't see why you have access to the names of those people.
This guy normal in the head. Or is he screwed up?
I understand that the place of purchase would have your information.
Yeah, all they want to do is discredit me as an individual. Any little crack, no effort whatsoever in debunking any of the information in the book. It's always a personal attack.
I could do that. No, but the thing is, Nathan, is that you have to conform to the UK GDPR rules.
You take a freaking walk at it, Bear. You're not wanted.
Do you have a policy? Do you have a data protection policy? I couldn't find it on your YouTube.
I adhere to the YouTube terms of service. That's what I do, Bear. You are a faceless nobody. You've suggested that you've got an IMDb account, but you've never given out that either. You rely on bullshit credibility, stolen valor. Well, I don't think you've got an IMDb. You've never actually gone through what it actually is, but you've suggested you're some sort of trained actor.
It's a legal requirement to have a UK GDPR policy in place and a place where people can, approach you, and there's 8 rules that you have to conform to. And people can have their information removed from that list. You said you hold that list. Where is your GDPR policy? It's illegal not to have one.
Oh, well, maybe you should contact the police. Maybe this is another version. I'll add this to the list where people say I should have social services sent round, the police sent round. And now what is this? The copywriters are going to get sent round? Yeah, let them do it. Go ahead. Go and report me. Shock and awe. Flat Earther has somebody reporting him to another authority because man with no balls and no name has decided that he feels the need to penalise me. Yeah, I've experienced much worse over the last 12 years, Eddie. You scare me by threatening some sort of regulation you say I haven't adhered to. Yeah, do your worst, mate. Yeah, do you want to contact the police? Go ahead.
No, it's not a threat.
Well, go ahead. I'll see your police report. Let me know your crime number, my friend.
No, I was trying to help.
No, I'll take you seriously about this. I'll take it under advisement. Thank you very much. Yeah, you say I need a GDPR number. Right, okay, thanks very much for letting me know. Meanwhile, when you report me to the police, let me know what the crime number is.
Also, the people in the community...
Right, have you got a crime number yet about this, or are we going to continually drone on about something that's just an idle threat, like sending the police round or sending social services to have my kids off me? You think this is some new type of tactic that scumbags use against me? No, there's nothing new under the sun, I'm afraid, Eddie. This doesn't scare me. Let me know when you've got a crime number.
I'm not going to report you.
Stuttery! You're not going to report it? Then why do you concern yourself with it? Is it idle threats from a nobody, a faceless troll, trying to scare somebody who's putting out how flat Earth is measured and wants to make him worried that he's done something wrong? I have absolutely no fear in this regard. Yeah, you, a faceless troll, want to project your fear about society around you. That's why you fucking hide behind fake names.
Yeah, but the thing
What's your name?
What's your
name?
You need to know.
What's your name? Apparently, you haven't stolen from me. Well, prove your innocence. Let's hear who you are. We'll find out if you've been shared a legitimate copy. You can do it, so can I. Let's play the game. Oh, right, so you won't mind exposing yourself? You'll pass on your name so I can check that you've got a legitimate copy and you're not a pirate?
You have exposed yourself already, Nathan.
Right, are you going to give me your name so we can check if you're a thief or not?
If people want to know who you are...
I want to know who you are so we can check if you're a thief or not. You've suggested you've been sharing an EPUB version that hosts the book that is a pay-only entity, and you say it's been shared by a family member. Now, that sounds like distribution, but fine, maybe we can verify this. Maybe we can't, and you're just a bullshitter. What's your name, and we'll find out if that's true or not.
Just go to Kindle and iBooks, and you can see that there's a possibility to set up...
Yeah, we heard you the first time. You've been shared it with a family member. Let's verify whether or not Billy Bullshitter here is just attempting to, threaten that I'll have the police sent round, threaten that I'll have the... what are they called? Social services sent round. Threaten that the copywriters will come and get me, and the UK government will suddenly... Yeah, go and report it then. Oh, you're not going to? Oh, so this is just a scummy, idle threat. That's all it is.
Well, we only have your words that somebody sent the police or the social services round.
Well, don't give a crap if you accept these facts. You don't accept that. Go and watch Mr. Sensible's video about reporting me to the police, you dumbass. You don't believe that he's reported me to the police? Oh, well, I'm glad you picked that particular example. No, there are abject cowards out there that weaponise the real men of this world. You aren't one of them, but check it out. Eddie wants to weaponise the real men, the bureaucrats, the ones that aren't faceless. Will you write to them by name? Oh, no, I won't be getting a crime number. Well, of course you're not. You're a faceless coward trying to weaponise real men.
Did the police turn up on the social...
Oh, now we're talking about the police. Have you got your police report yet? Where's your crime number?
Reported. You said
Where's your crime number?
Turn up. You say those stories, but...
Well, it's not a story. I've got Mr. Sensible bragging about him appealing to men better than he. He's publishing the fact. You think I'm lying about it? No, scumbag cowards want to send the police round to me. You want to send the copywriters round, do you? Oh, okay. No worries. Let them do their worst. No worries. I've been dealing with this crap for 12 years. You can read about the level of scumbaggery I've endured over the last 12 years in my book, Measured Flat. Link in the info box. There's a specific chapter called Troll, where I detail explicitly where people send the police round, porn bomb me, try and take my livelihood on YouTube away, deliver endless copyright strikes, and now we've got a new one on the list. I'll send the copywriters round. You're gathering people's data. Oh, really? Have you got a crime number? No, I just want you to be scared of me, a faceless nobody.
No, I'm not asking you to be scared of me. I'm just
Oh, why are you threatening me with this shit then? Oh, it's because you've got nothing to address Earth's flat measurements in my new book. So you want to talk about something ancillary to the publisher or the people's information that you're so concerned about while you, a faceless troll, threaten me?
There is no measurements in your book, Nathan.
Oh, really? When I talk about azimuth and altitude, I just discussed them with Rob. It sent him into a mental breakdown. They're very specifically detailed. In a chapter about the molten iron core, where another guy who goes out and measures with ordnance surveys positional information specifically used the wrong direction fallacy. That particular individual also gets written about in terms of Earth's flat measurements with horizontal distances and the azimuth and altitude in a chapter called The Molten Iron Core, where I explicitly detail Earth's flat measurements in no uncertain terms with specific cited examples.
Well, you know my favourite chapter is the betrayal.
Sorry, we haven't established if you've stolen it or not. No, I don't want to hear your opinion on this book unless I know for certain that you purchased it legitimately. Unless I find out whether or not you've purchased my book, I don't want to hear your opinion on it. I want to see that you've actually purchased a copy. And if you can't prove that to me, I don't care about your opinion on the matter.
I can prove that you record people and say...
I don't care what you can prove, unless you're going to demonstrate that you've purchased my book or have a legitimate copy with the copyright being valid, then I haven't got any interest in hearing your opinion on the matter. If you're a thief, I don't want to hear about it. Now, until you're proving how you've got this as a shared file with a family member, that kind of sounds like distribution by your thieving family member, who sounds like a pirate. I mean, maybe he's working within the regs of however it's distributed for your family member to give it to somebody who hasn't paid. That sounds like piracy. Maybe we'll find out if you've got a legitimate copy. Maybe we won't. It sounds like you're a thieving scumbag threatening me, though, Ed Bear. That's what it sounds like. You know better. Yeah. You know better than Mr. Sensible sending the police round, trying to weaponise the real men of this world.
Well, Mr. Sensible may have said it, but nobody's turned up, did they?
Oh, sorry, so you can ask personal questions about whether or not the police that have now definitely been sent round by Mr. Sensible, whether or not they got here or not. All right, so it's this tact now. Yeah, I'll just add you to the list, Elder Bev, where we've got people sending social services and the police round. Now it's the copywriters. If it's not the porn bombing or people trying to shut my channel down with copyright strikes, there's some other wanker means that people can try and suppress me. Now, why is it, you ask yourself, ladies and gentlemen, that such means are necessary? Why has my book been downloaded thousands of times by thieving pirates? Who is it that told me thousands of copies have been downloaded? Somebody trying to probably distribute the deceit thinly when they are guilty of it. That would be the person we're talking to now. Nevertheless, there's lots of thieving pirates of the world, and why would it be necessary to go to such means as police, social services, porn bombing, channel bombing, copyright strikes, and now the copywriters coming for personal information? Why is this necessary? Well, because the book's causing a stir. It's got lots of flat earth measurements. In fact, all of them ever made ever. And when you're being exposed to how flat earth has always been measured, then you need to shut that down. You need to suppress the person that's exposing the public to these facts. That's why I suffer this kind of shite from faceless, nameless trolls.
Nathan,
well, the thing is,
Ed Bear has been on this.
Right?
Ed Bear has been on this for a while before your book came out. He was putting it in the chat. He's constantly on. Now he's upset that the book is out. So he's out to get it.
Yeah, I remember him saying it'll never get published. I remember him saying it. Well, you got proven wrong, didn't you, Elder Bear? What a weirdo. Why would you say such things to make yourself seem so incredible? You don't have any credibility now. You said it wouldn't come out. You were wrong.
Does Neil have a copy?
You said it wouldn't come out. You were wrong, weren't you, Elder Bear?
I was wrong. I was wrong.
Yeah. So did you all hear it, ladies and gentlemen? Ed Bear was wrong. You'll never, ever, ever hear the end of it. Like we somehow feel justified in constantly suggesting that John said you were right. No, you weren't right. I was wrong. End quote, Ed Bear. Yeah, you were wrong, Ed Bear.
I have the time.
Stuttery, you were definitely wrong. End quote, you.
Agreed with him. You agreed with him.
What about how wrong you were? Yeah, we all agreed how wrong Ed Bear was, and then he told us I was wrong, end quote, Ed Bear. So no, I don't think you were right, Ed Bear, you were wrong. You said I was wrong, end quote, you. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat.
You agreed.
For example, altitude
agreed.
angles,
Refracted
like demonstrated
light.
on screen here. Earlier, this man who I was wrong, end quote, said there was no measurements in my book measured flat. On screen now is a demonstration of an altitude angle measurement. One of the many measurements that create a globe belief for you, the audience, to believe in. You can read all about how flat Earth is measured with measurements in my book Measured Flat, that apparently hasn't got any measurements in, according to a man who's often wrong, by his own admission.
Yeah, if you want to know how devious Nathan Oakley is...
Nobody wants to hear you tell me how devious I am. That's scumbaggery. If there's a moderator in the house, I don't know why I'm having to listen to this garbage for as long as I have. I'm being accused of things, suggested that I should be, prosecuted for some wrongdoing. All I'm trying to do is make a living, right? Feed the kids. That's it. Keep the lights on and pay the mortgage. What do I get? Oh, you need the police, you need social services, you need the copywriters, you need the YouTube police, you need the copyright strikes. Yeah, that's what I get all the time from scumbags. And now I've got him telling my live audience how scummy I am again. I'm sick of it. We speak to someone else. This guy dominates every single Discord server he comes into. Is it just me, or is this Discord server just going to tolerate this guy who constantly overwhelms every server he ever goes into with his scumbaggery?
I think the people around you should be careful so they know that you record what they say.
Why? You're a faceless nobody who's wrong, but you think you can give my audience advice and tell them how careful they need to be? No, all people need to be wary of is people like you, the scumbags of this world. If you want to be careful, watch out for faceless, nameless trolls, because they'll go to the ends of the earth to punish you for some wrongdoing they perceive when you tell them how flat Earth's measured.
Is it a coincidence that Simon Merkin had his shed broken into and he was a co-author on your book?
Oh, so if you want to find out about the controversy that's discussed in my book, what is now being addressed, whether or not we've found out whether or not he's stolen this book, he's definitely read to the end, so he hasn't just read an introduction. He's got a full-blown copy of my book that he's probably stolen, and now he's intrigued to talk about particular individuals in the book that are discussed. Now, if you want to take part in this discussion and find out who these characters are, I suggest you buy rather than steal like this man definitely has. You're definitely a thief, by the way, Edebear. We all know that, by the way.
I hope you haven't revealed anything.
You revealed that you wouldn't buy my book. Now you've suddenly got a cock and bull long story about somebody who is unnamed, that you've alleged you've got it, like friend of a friend. Yeah, that's the first story that criminals go to when they're in the cells. Yeah, you see him in all the true stories like Red Crime. The first thing, I didn't put it there, I'm wearing my friend's trousers, it's him that got it. Not me, not me. Yeah, that's what thieves and liars do. That's you, Edebear, thief. Why have you thieved it? Oh, so you can ask me questions about it without actually supporting my family, which is the purpose of making the book. To support family. I'm a family man and a YouTuber. Everybody who sees me do what I do, which is prove our flat Earth is being measured in all circumstances, and has some vendetta against me for it, wants to penalise and punish me. Yeah? You don't support me, you're a wanker.
It's just a tip for those who can't afford it, like Neil. And
now you're going to start encouraging piracy on my live show. I think that's against this server's rules. He's encouraging criminal activity. That's piracy in this server. Is this going to be tolerated? Is there a moderator in this server? He's encouraging piracy. For those who can't afford it, I don't care about those who can't afford it. It's being sold. It's copywritten material. Now, it's material that people want to engage with. They just don't want to support me and pay for it. That's thievery, piracy. That's what this guy's done. He wants to talk all about one of the chapters. It's the last but one chapter called The Betrayal. Now, I noticed in the 20 seconds I watched of Simon Dan's reaction video to it, when I thanked him for making an advert, unfortunately other things took over my time at that particular moment, I noticed that the immediate thing he went to was the fact that I've been betrayed by people who I trusted. Yeah? Yeah, that's part of one of the chapters called The Betrayal. You can read all about people who, over the years, have betrayed me, stabbed me in the back, on my own side. Now, this guy's not on my side. He just wants to see me punished. But that's what happens when you cover a subject that's controversial, like Flat Earth. When it comes down to the brass tacks of how over the target I am, I hope you, the audience, recognise exactly how over the target I am with this book. By the amount of stink it's immediately kicked up. It's not even been available for a week. And this is the kind of shit that you have to deal with. Something else to add on the list, like social services and the police. More reports? You're going to try and have my publication taken away from me by a different means? Yeah, Tell yourself, this needs purchasing. I need to find out why. Why is there such a visceral reaction? Yeah, because Earth's measured flat. That's why.
What do you think, Adam?
Stuttery, you're going to talk about this chapter. I'm not going to talk about my book with you until we verify that you've actually got a legitimate, non-stolen, non-pirated copy. When I find that out, then I'll talk about the book with you. Till then, I don't want to talk about it with you because I just see you as a thief.
Are you confirming?
I'm going to call you a thief every time you talk to me.
The meeting.
I'm going to confirm that you're a thief until you prove otherwise. As far as I am concerned, you're guilty until proven innocent. Now, if you don't want to prove yourself innocent, I'm just going to call you a thief. According to you, thousands of people have swiped this book. Thousands of people have downloaded it, end quote you. That's what you said last time we interacted. Now, you're going to tell me that even though there's been, according to you, thousands of stolen copies, you happen to be the one person that did actually buy a copy or has somebody sharing it with you. That kind of sounds like piracy. It's like a one-time license. But according to you, you've got a legit reason. Okay, lay it out for us. Let's see if that's true so we can validate your legitimate copy that you've got. You definitely haven't paid for it. That's clear. So we know to a certain extent that at the very least you've not paid for it. Therefore, I don't want to discuss it with you. Now, if you can legitimise how you've managed to acquire a copy, nudge, nudge, wink, wink, then maybe I'll discuss it with you. If that's legitimate, I can verify that. But given that I know you haven't paid for it, and people who have suggested that they wanted to share a book have bought multiple copies and told me that they're buying multiple copies to share them with a friend, and they've bought it twice. You're saying, oh, no, there's a different means where I, who haven't purchased it, get given a copy. No, I'm afraid not. And I'm not going to justify any of your opinions on the matter when it comes to the book and discussions thereof, unless you've purchased it. Not interested. The scumbags that want to smear me, I'm immediately going to assume the worst, because you are the worst. Why wouldn't I? And the reason you've got to behave like this is because Earth's got flat measurements. That's all I detail in the book. Any more for any more? Got about 10 minutes left on the live stream. Scummy, isn't it, guys in the G+ panel? Complete scum that you have to deal with.
He's like a snake in the grass. Sure he is. Scumbag, dirtbag.
I'm appalled, but I'm not surprised.
Kindle, probably. You can just share it with your family and friends. It's legal.
So who was it that bought a copy that's sharing it with you?
With a criminal and you never reported him to...
Again, I don't want to hear this. You're discussing a fact in the book. He's desperate to discuss the book with me, you notice, ladies and gentlemen. I've told him I'm not going to do it until I can verify the copy he's got that he definitely didn't pay for. The same man who's told me thousands of copies have been stolen. So now I've got to trust him. Trust him that he hasn't got one of those stolen. No, I'm not going to trust a single thing he says. I'm definitely not going to be discussing it with him. But he does want to discuss it, you notice. Yeah? Lots of people want to talk about it. The people who've actually read it. Now, you might be a thief and have stolen a free copy. Well, fair enough. What, your desire to not support a flat earther has led you to become a thief? Yeah, you'll find all sorts of reasons why you've got your hands on a copy that isn't paid for by you. Yeah, you've all got your excuses lined up. Just like the people who are in the police cells being quizzed. Have got all their excuses lined up. Oh yeah, I borrowed the car, that's why it's got the drugs in the boot. It's nothing to do with me. Everyone's got their excuses for why you didn't pay for it. Now, legitimate people can spare 15 quid and buy a book. It's not that expensive. In fact, it's cheap, so I'm being told. Hence, people are buying multiple copies, downloading them and sending them to friends. But apparently, no, there's other means that it's fair that people have got it and haven't paid for it. Now, you're just a thief. If you want to check it out, check it out. It's in the info box below this video. It's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. It's caused quite a stir. Already there's people discussing it, people making reaction videos and pamphlets about it immediately. Simon Dan himself did a reaction to it today. Biggest name in Glurf, and he's telling the world all about my book. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. I mean, of course, within 20 seconds of opening his video, when I looked at it to thank him for making me an advert today, I noticed that he immediately went to what is covered in this chapter that this guy wants to talk about. People betraying me. Yeah, juicy gossip. Like Eleanor Roosevelt explains, lesser minds talk about people. Average minds talk about events. The higher minds talk about ideas and concepts. Well, here we are, Talk about this person, this person, this person, this person. Yeah, that's what you get. Some people will find extreme enjoyment in the characters that I've experienced, that I've put into the book, to make it juicy at multiple levels. That's why it's caused to stir. If you're interested in people, there's enough to get your juices flowing. If you're interested in events over the last 12 years of my experience of Flat Earth, there's plenty to get your juices flowing. And if you're interested in the higher degree of conceptual reality that we're actually experiencing, that's a flat Earth, then you can experience that in my book, Measured Flat too. There's a reason people want it off the shelves. There's a reason it wants shutting down. That's what this guy is essentially trying to threaten. Oh, right, you're taking people's names and addresses when you sell your book. You shouldn't have access to that. I'm going to get you penalised. All right, where's your crime number? Well, I'm not going to go to the police. Right, you just want the book shut down. Yeah, why? Because it's describing how Earth is, as the title, measured flat. Buy a copy today. You can find out what the fuss is all about. Anyone else got anything they wanted to talk about in this Discord server? Feel free. How are you, Steve? How are you, Mikey? I see some familiar names have made their way here. Good to see you all. Yes, Nathan, we're really pleased to be in this new server.
I just don't understand. Like, if you have a book to sell, how like to say you're asking for people's information. Of course he has to ask that if someone has to pay for it, man. What do you expect the guy? You want him to just let people use stolen credit cards, or I don't get this criticism.
Who cares? It's just another, I'm going to send the police round to you. I'm going to send social service round. You beat your children. You beat your wife. You're a thief. The guy literally 2 days ago said, I see you as a thief, Nathan, while we were discussing the subject. So somebody had literally admitted to stealing it. And I'm like, okay, so you're definitely a thief. And then someone else pipes up, no, he got gifted it. You're like, oh, suddenly there's a whole bunch of people that have had books gifted to them. It's like, no, there's been a certain amount of people who've gone, I've bought 2 copies. And you're like, oh, right, okay, yeah, gotcha. Because you can see it on the affiliate link. My wife's an affiliate. Now, if you're going to say, oh, I shouldn't be looking at your wife's laptop. So, yeah, send the police round, you bunch of dickheads. You bunch of coward cuck glurfs that can't cope with Measured Flat. So you need to shut it down. You need to find some angle. Do your frickin' worst. Yeah, feel free. You want to penalise me for putting out a book that shows how flat Earth is measured in every single globe concept ever derived ever? Yeah, you bet you want it shut down. Like I say, I'd pick up a copy. Maybe it'll go away. Maybe it'll become super rare and valuable because I'm about to be shut down by some faceless, nameless coward like the ones that have preceded them, that sent the police and social services round because they needed to shut me down. Why would that be? I'm just a little old YouTuber. I'm telling people I've got no influence over this stuff. We're inconsequential, I assured the woman in the pre-show. Don't worry about it. Earth will still be measured flat tomorrow, regardless of you finding out. Don't let it worry you. It's not that big a deal. It is to them. They want to shut this down. They want to shut me down. Yeah? I heard that McToon, having been exposed as a liar by one of his own side called Buck Sodbuster, now wants to get in the ring with me and is apparently a black belt ninja. You couldn't make it up. It's like, so what? You lied about elevation angles being with respect to Earth. Big deal. So what? If you'd have shut up about it, McToon, no one would care about your lie. But you want to make massive deals about it and take it to the 12-year-old fart-sniffing place where it becomes about a fight. Sad. What's it really about? Well, it's really about the book that's just come out. Not even been out a week, and it's got the biggest names in Glurf making videos about it. It's got people making response pamphlets. It's been downloaded thousands of times. It's generated me a reasonable amount of money. I'm definitely keeping the lights on this month. It's sold really well. I'm elated. But you've got your bottom dollar to assume that somebody's going to find error. Yeah, you'll find a couple of spelling errors. What about where we measure azimuth and altitude? Are they not right? Is no one actually... No, you haven't got any measurements. We've got wishful thinking from people who want to shut down this book. And you've got to say, how can it be both? It doesn't have any measurements in it, and simultaneously, we need to get the man to come and shut you down. Why are these two things being put forward? Nothing to see here. We're going to have you shut down. Don't look over there. We're going to have it off you. That's what's happening. Wishful thinking, there's no measurements in a book called Measured Flat. No, it's all about how the globe was acquired with flat Earth measurements. That's why it's causing the stink. That's why they're going to shut it down quickly and find some angle to have me persecuted with. Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah. Go and report me to the police. Feel free. Yeah, I've had it all before. Yeah. What's that? No, I haven't. You can't prove it. Other than when I've got a videographer bragging about what a massive beater he is. Yeah, that's Mr. Sensible with his pictures of policemen going, I've reported Nathan to the police. Yeah, he has. Yeah, that's because he's a massive beater and has gone to the alphas of this world in the police force and gone, help me, a YouTuber offended me. That's what you got to do when the Earth's measured flat. Right, we've got 5 more minutes in the server. Oh, we've got another super chat. Shout out to Unitox Femu. I am so obsessed about you. Jealousy will kill me. Well, slightly creepy Unitox Femu, but thank you for the super chat. Well, I'm going to grab a drink.
Yeah, it's amazing what this book's doing, isn't it? To everybody. What the measurements are doing.
Hey, Dick, pardon my naivety, but are you serious? The 2 traders have a book, stole the title, the concept, and everything, and selling it? I'm looking at it right now. Took the title, Welcome to Flat Earth, All Roads Lead to Flat Earth. You know what I'm talking about?
I did see something like that. I saw something like that a while ago.
Yes, it's on Amazon.
Yeah, it's got a couple of other people's names against it.
Yeah. The 2 traders, yeah.
Mm.
The infringing piracy, copyright, hired for editing, thieves, yeah, to put a book out.
Yes, when you've got something valuable, people want to steal it from you. That's unfortunate. Again, this particular betrayal is literally written about in the book. It's the last but 1 chapter. It's called The Betrayal. And yet, when your own side even screw you over, you know that it's a tough life being a flurf. But that's life, you know. It makes for compelling reading. And that's exactly what I said at the time. I'm like, at least I've got a really good final chapter, because that's what this will be. You know, me detailing this particular part of my experience in Flat Earth, where your own side stab you in the back. It's like, yeah, I've got thick enough skin for it to not actually affect me that much. Yes, it's upsetting at the time, but then it just becomes a chapter in a story of going through 12 years of a journey that leads you to the fact that Earth was, is, and always will be measured flat by everyone in all circumstances. And it always was. We just hadn't noticed. Now, we're pointing out that not only we've not noticed, those foundational flat Earth measurements created a ball for people to believe in. Like, you've got to accept the flat Earth measurements if you want the ball to work. Now, that is absolutely devastating. That's why I expect this to get worse. People will start sending the police round. Yeah, that's what people like to do when they don't like the information that's being put in front of them. And at this particular juncture of Flat Earth, it's your measurements for your globe are flat. So if you want to read all about it, check it out. The book's called Measured Flat by Nathan Oakley. Links in the info box. Hopefully someone will spam the live stream with links to the book. And I hope people buy more copies of it. It's already incredibly popular. And with good reason. I'm glad it's immediately exploded in the way that it has. You know, it's good. Now, when you're over the target, you get a certain amount of flack. That's all this is. This is flack that I'm suddenly receiving. I'm on the receiving end of flack. Yeah, you can bet your bottom dollar. But what's really underneath that flack and the veiled threats that I'm receiving? Well, they want to talk about chapters in the book. That's what's just happened. You've just witnessed it. He really wants to talk about the last but 1 chapter, about how I've been betrayed by my own kind. Why? Because he wants to rub it in, doesn't he? Yeah, I get that. I'm embracing it. Yeah, I've lent right into it and written about it and put it into a chapter for those weak-minded people that are only interested in the characters and not that interested in the flat Earth measurements. They'll just say there aren't any in there. Oh, really? Well, what about the measurements in every chapter? Yeah, there are, or I wouldn't have called the book Measured Flat. But that is the problem. Earth's just measured flat. Now, none of you watching who might be having a visceral reaction also and quickly grabbing your phone so you can dial 999 or 911 if you're an American, yeah, just get your pants in a twist. Yeah? Don't worry about it. There's no concern. It would have been measured flat yesterday, today, and it will be measured flat tomorrow by anybody who ever measures it. You didn't have any arbitration in it. You finding this out won't change it. And if you didn't know, it would have been measured flat by someone else who did tomorrow in geographical terms. Because it's a geography subject. Everyone knows what sea level is. Everyone knows what flight level is. Everyone knows what surface level and eye level are. It's just you instinctually lent into your religion you were taught in school of a ball. Well, now I'm exposing that ball also used those foundational flat earth measurements to create itself for you to believe you were on rather than in a ball. All of which is detailed in the measurement process of various different chapters of my book, Measured Flat. Like I say, it's causing a massive stir. The other thing, please, can I just get one more shout out? I should have done this in the last sentence. Can someone spam the chat because we're in a new server? So one of my Skype now Teams participants found a server which we hadn't frequented up until now, which is called Official Flat Earth Discord. So it's the Official Flat Earth Discord, because it's a Discord server called the Official Flat Earth Discord. So if you would like to join the Official Flat Earth Discord, then hopefully one of my moderators in the YouTube live stream chat will spam the link to this particular server that's hosting us today. Thank you very much indeed for having us. I don't know, I couldn't find out who the owner was. I did try and find that out in the chat for about 45 minutes before we actually came in and used the room and said, I'm going to be using this room to broadcast from, and made it clear that we would be doing what we're doing. And I just didn't find out who the actual owner of the server is, so I can't shout out the actual owner-operator, but the server itself is called the Official Flat Earth Discord. So check it out. Hopefully a link's going by so you can join the server and participate in the fun. I can't promote it in any positive terms that I don't know, because I've only just joined it myself. So with other servers, I've said, like in politics, it's a very well-moderated server. I don't know if that's the case here, although I've appealed for Elderbear to be shut up, and he has been, so I'm delighted. So I can't have to face a constant barrage of accusations of being that which my opponents want to project onto me, typically their own embarrassing criminal nature, or beta nature when they want to weaponise men of greater stature than themselves. Either way, I'm sure there's more to follow. I'll add it to the list. It's not like I haven't experienced it for 12 years, or I couldn't find the humour in it. I can, because it's just water off a duck's back. People threatening things like this, like, oh, you don't want me to be publishing a book making money from my hard work. No, of course you don't. You want to shut down my channel, expose me to endless copyright strikes, send social services and the police round. That's what you want to do, because Earth's measured flat. If you're not over the target, you wouldn't catch such flack, is what I keep getting told, and never a truer word has been spoken. Anything else anybody wants to add? If not, we're going to round out and thank the server for having us, because it's been it's already on the hour.
Nathan, I just had a question. Your cover of your book, there's one I found that has your picture, and it says all roads lead to flat earth, measured flat, Nathan Oakley. That is the one, right?
No, there's only one book. It's available on Books Online. So if you found an Amazon copy, people have immediately gone to the effort of publishing books under my name that aren't mine. Some of them with pornography in for like $70, $80. Now, if you're stupid enough to buy a book from Amazon when it's not available from Amazon and get ripped off by somebody selling you porno under my name, then that's unfortunate. You know, you can appeal to Amazon for refunds if you're getting screwed over by thieves, which is all that's happening. People eliciting my name to create a listing so they can presumably respond to it and give it bad reviews, presumably because they're annoyed that I haven't put it on Amazon and they can't just stick reviews on the actual book. Well, you know, I can't control everybody. I can put in complaints to Amazon like anybody else, as any author would when these things happen. It just chews up a bit of my time. It's a little bit irritating. But the book is available exclusively through the online shop called Books Online. And that is also where you can join and become an affiliate. That is to say, if you want to sell the book, you can put a link to the book underneath your video, and then when someone buys it through that link, an affiliate link, then you get to make the same money I make on it, which is 30% of the sale. So just under a $5 or $5. So if you want to make $5 each time one of the books sell, then become an affiliate. It's really easy. You enter your email address. Now, shock and awe, you're going to have to give your name because you're going to become an affiliate. You will actually, now this might scare some people, have to give your bank account information to be paid. Oh my God, he's gathering No, this is fairly normal. Okay? Yeah, if you want to get paid, then yeah, you're going to have to give up your bank information so you can be paid. And there's been many people who have done this already. Yes, you will have to give up personal information. That doesn't mean I'm doing something nefarious, breaking any laws, or going to have the police knock my door. But obviously, if you don't like how flat Earth is measured, you might want to threaten that I'm doing something wrong and maybe scare me as a faceless, nameless troll. It's to be expected. I've dealt with it for enough time, and it's even become part of the chapters, Troll and the Betrayal. So you can read all about literally this, which is kind of how I was hoping it would go. People would start reading it, react to certain aspects in it, and then I can use it as a plug when someone wants to talk about the final chapter of me being betrayed by my own scumbags who've stolen from me in a different way. Yeah, people love stealing good shit from other people. When they see value in it, they want to thieve it. That's how people are. That's unfortunate, but that's human nature. I accept it, and I've written about it in a book called Measured Flat. It's at the lower end of mental cognition. Like, you know, basic people tend to worry about other people. But that's fine, you know, I can appeal to everybody at all levels. And if you're even slightly interested in the higher degree of informational abundance in the book, that's the flat Earth measurements, I assure you, you'll get plenty of that too. And maybe enjoy the lower brow stuff about people too, as people do. Anything else anybody wants to add? If not, I'm going to round out the live stream. If I forget to say later, thank you very much, whoever runs this server, the official Flat Earth Discord, for having us. Really kind of you. Typically, when we go in places cold, there's a lot more, well, cold reaction to us. So to just be able to run a show with almost no issues, I can't quite believe it. Looks definitely turning for the positive. Thank you for having us, whoever it is I'm thanking, I don't know, but thank you for having us in this server. Anybody got anything they want to add from G+?
No, all good for me.
No. D, did you finish that thought?
Yes, I did. This is very pitiful how they're doing this. But it's not, like I said, I'm appalled, but I'm not surprised. Desperados.
Yeah, it's par for the course. As you can probably tell, I'm absolutely used to it. I've experienced worse. And I'm sure that they'll be looking for any angle to try and persecute the individual, exposing their religion as being a religion and the flat Earth measurements that Earth has as being the flat Earth measurements they always were. They'll see me as a point of potential persecution to attain some sort of pain relief from that. So I get it. People are going to do that. That's just how life is. But water off a duck's back, I've experienced worse, like I say. But with that, I will say, first and foremost, again, another huge, massive, enormous thank you to today's hosting Discord server, the official Flat Earth Discord server. So check it out. Hopefully one of my mods will drop a link to this server so you can join and take part in the fun. It's not normally as hostile. I do have trolls that follow me around to all of these servers. Elder Bear, the guy we were talking to, is one of them. If you're a regular viewer, I'm sure you'll appreciate that. So it's not all going to be miserable and accusations from horrible trolls like Elder Bear. If you did join that server, he just follows me as an individual. He's a bit of a super fan. So that's one of those things. Again, another massive thank you to my G+ panel, also for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Freaking low line.
Yeah, but the fact that they've had to go to such extents in such a short period of time after the book coming out is quite a testament to the material quality. Would you not agree?
Well, yeah, when you say it like that, it does paint a true picture, doesn't it? It's shaking them up a little bit.
Well, people, as much as it's hard to endure if you're at the arse end of getting people who want to screw you over, basically. You know, that can affect you if you haven't got thick enough skin, which I definitely have. But ultimately, that's what things like the book need in order to generate interest. Like, people love controversy. And the fact that people are shifting uncomfortably in their seat and reacting the way they are is a reason why people will go, well, that does actually heighten my intrigue and make me want to buy a copy.
Yep.
And you're censored so much on here. This book could just, it could just go out of scale, off the block, and then that it's not censored, is it? At the moment, that's what they're trying to do. If this gets out to a wider audience, thousands and thousands of people across the world, then the message is getting out there. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Hey, the real irony is that those two that I found, one by the traders and one by somebody else, I don't know who it is that used your picture, because one by the traders is using a picture of that famous area where you could see the sky and the horizon coming together, and it's like a duck and something. It's like something stupid that you would think QE would put on there. That one is already got bad reviews, 1 star, and it's being attacked but the bad thing is that, which is your thick skin is used to it. Of course, the thing that's funny, it says, isn't this supposed to be Nathan Oakley? Da, 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 da. So somebody is aware that does not like you, that is supposed to be yours, and still crapping on their version. And then the other one I found that literally used your face, literally a picture of you, screenshot of you, and put the title All Rosalie Flat Earth's Measured Flat. Got another crappy 1 star review criticizing it by 2 critics. I don't know if they're part of the Globe Network that always come on the servers and talk crap, but it's not, it's any kind of marketing and any kind of exposure is great exposure. Like you said, it's going to make interest. It's going to make people wonder what is going on, whether it's bad or it's good. It's good. What they call it, exposure. Well, what's the word they use when they do advertising or whatever?
Publicity.
Yeah, right. But it's a term they use in the industry. That's media, something about media. There's no such thing as bad, because when they talk about your record or they talk about your movie, whether it's bad or good, it makes people that like to be controversial go see to prove others wrong, or say, I ain't listening to the critics. I'm going to go see for myself. It stirs up a lot of interest.
So, what was that server crap then? Basically.
You are.
Was that server a crap server?
I couldn't
don't know.
get
I have
on
no
it.
idea how good the quality of that server is. I mean, we had an all right live show there. I mean, we ended up talking to Rob Noxious and Edibear, which is crap. But on the other hand, in the pre-show, we were talking to that woman. She seemed perfectly pleasant. It was a perfectly happy interaction. So from one end, you go, well, we talked to one person that we wouldn't have ordinarily interacted with. We got the lowdown and the skinny on the site, having found a few participants' love, therefore being called tongue-in-cheek a dating site, even though it's obviously a server for flirfs and glurfs to argue with each other. It's a flat earth server. We're flat earthers. I think that's a win-win-win-win scenario. In terms of how the show went, it was just the trolls that follow me around that's decided that they want to take over the narrative because they do have access to the show.
How did they know you was there? Is it a comment? Would it have been on YouTube?
Friends in low places. You were the one who took the piss. That took about 10 minutes of the beginning of the live show. You say low places? What, low with respect to a plane?
No, I mean, I was at the hospital this morning, but I was thinking there must be other servers who talk about flat Earth. I was just sort of searching for that, and it brought up politics 24/7. Said I've already done that anymore. That one came up, so I went in Discord and had a look. But I couldn't see a VC there. I think I was up to my eyes in the hospital, so I know Neil's pretty good at all that. So I don't know.
You have to click on an emoji. So you go into the room that says role assignment, and then in there's 3 emojis. I can't remember what all 3 of them were, but 2 of them were globe and flat. And you just click on one of the emojis, it assigns you that role, and then it immediately opens up the VC. So it appears the minute you click on that emoji.
Right, I didn't get that far. But I was just hoping there was another server we've not came across with new people in, and it seems to have a lot of there was 1,000 and odd people, or how many it was.
We're still doing these server rounds because, not that I anticipated this, I didn't, but after the books come out, there's certain loose ends that have ended up being in requirement of address. Things like the Amazon listings that have come up. Obviously, I've had to go through various different hoops to resolve those. But yeah, those things just take up your time, which is irritating because I want to be sending the press release out. But what I decided today, I'm sure I mentioned it to Kikuchi and Neil, was, those things have started in terms of the process. And while Amazon are giving me hoops to jump through, understandably, they're just following their legal path that they need to put me through. I've got to get on with the promotion. So I got a little bit annoyed because Jardo was saying, well, Nathan needs to stop throwing pearls to swine and just get out there. You're like, well, just get out there is contacting people with channels and asking them if they'll indulge my company, indulge me with their company, or whatever you want to phrase it. And that just takes time and effort when there's, like I say, loose ends that have been generated as a result of publishing the book that, means that when it comes to live showtime, I've just got to jump into a random server that's presumably going to have enough gusto in them to generate a bit of discussion so that the live audience is kept entertained. But, within a week or two, hopefully less, I'll start going on people's shows, and that'll be the focus of the discussion, rather than going, as Jardo put it, pearls to swine in server rooms that are just, going to be sympathetic to scumbags, and you end up talking to Elderbear every single time you go anywhere ever. You're not talking to someone new. He's the new equivalent of Rumpus. You go into any server, and as soon as the subject's getting discussed in any earnest nature, he's there to discredit the individual talking about it, take the conversation away from the main focus point, that's flat earth measurements, and dominate the conversation. So, like I say, the audience does like that. I get that. They want to be entertained. They like characters like Rumpus and Rob Noxious because, seeing them get disbanded or get dealt with is to their amusement for entertainment purposes. And I get that. I've been doing it long enough to know what the audience likes. But ultimately, I think people are ready now to see something else, which is the evolution of the subject matter. Now that the book's come out, I do see it as a major turning point. The fact that it's gone off like a massive firework in the faces of a lot of our opponents who've reacted in a very, very overt way, is like, yeah, I should have anticipated that when I was fishing for, well, who's going to react to it and tell me how they feel about it? And you get one deck, well, I'm, working, I've worked my way through. It's like I'm looking in the wrong places. The actual reactions are immediate, and they're from our opponents. And their reactions are very telling. They want to get me in trouble. They want me in some way prosecuted or punished for something. You're like, yeah, you're leaking, aren't you? You bunch of leaky little 12-year-olds. But all it does is generate more interest and intrigue, doesn't it, from anybody watching?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, like you said, there's just these stories attached. You broke it down great with the 3 examples. I can't remember how you worded it. But yeah, you've got a little bit of story in there. You've got some, on the 3 levels like you explained. But it's funny how they've gone for this betrayal chapter, haven't they? Straight away. You know what I mean? Like gossiping little kids. That's where they've gone.
Well, initially they went to the spelling errors. Obviously, the spelling errors have all been dealt with now because the 2 that was there, Weather and Carmen, have been corrected for any future downloads, and anybody who's downloaded it legitimately just has their book automatically updated. But once the spelling errors have been checked and you're like, okay, well, Carmen line's a measurement from a flat plane, we get to, now I'll scattergun you by telling you there's no measurements, and then start quoting quite a few of the things that are actually listed in the book as specific measurements, like Coriolis deflection that Rob brought up, tides that Rob brought up, elevation angles and distances that Rob brought up. All of these seismology that Rob brought up. You're like, these are all, without exception, flat Earth measurements. But then you're into constant rumpusing. It's like, so you want to bring it back so that it's a discussion instead of the book, because you've, in your mind, wishful thinking, discredited it by saying there's no measurements in it, and then talk about the measurements that are in it and suggest that they're ascribable to the globe. That is there wanting to retain some control of the narrative. And I don't know if they'll start to recognise this, but now the book's been published, it's out of their hands. Do you know what I mean? There is no controlling that. You can try and punish me, but, how successful they'll be at that is unknown. But the book's out there now. That's it. It's done. It's published.
Nice one.
Hey, Nathan, I coined these type of people. I give them the 4 Ps. P, projecting, pathetic, persistent parasites. That's all they are. No matter what it is. It could be about the 2020 issue we went through. It could be about what's going on right now with Palestine. It could be about your book. They're trolls that are projecting pathetic, persistent parasites. They pop up everywhere you are when you're speaking truth, like little moles out the ground, just to go back, so that they can distract the truth. That's all they are. That's all that's their mission. Influences of lies, influences of chaos, disorder. That's all they are.
I thought Rob was going to sort of do all right in the beginning there, because he was sort of like having a little bit of a chat, and he wasn't rumpusing it at first. And I thought, I thought he was going to have a semi-okay conversation, but obviously that went tits up.
The room is completely cleared out, so we've left. I've come back to Flipside, and going back to the official Flat Earth Discord server, it is now completely empty, so everybody's disbanded immediately.
How many was in there?
I don't know.
Was it just our lot?
Yeah, they left
Say again, Stag?
They left as soon as you... Sorry, they left as soon as you left. Like, immediately after you left.
Wow.
He was making me laugh with his formula, when we're asking for measurements, and he's got the Haversine formula. That's how we measure Earth. That's funny. Haversine formula only works on a globe. That's what he said. Yeah, they love the formulas, because that's what gives them the globe. After the Flat Earth measurement, they like the formulas and the calculations.
Yeah, got this commenter that left 2 or 3 comments on some of the videos saying the globe is measured. It's not flat Earth at all. And I kept on pointing out to him, no, you're thinking of calculations that come with use of flat Earth measurements. You've got it the wrong way around. After about the 3rd comment, or 2nd, I forget which, he made a video. And what he did on the video was play Wikipedia reading out something about surveying that, in his mind, obviously affirms his globe belief. And I picked out the parts that were flat Earth referenced and left him a comment on his own video. And I'm like, this is now the 3rd time. Yeah, it would have been the 3rd. This is the 3rd time I've pointed out these, both on my own videos and now on yours, that they're referencing flat Earth measurements to calculate into existence this curve for your spherical Earth. Now, he then came back to one of the more recent live streams a couple of days ago and did the same thing, but basically posted the text that he got his phone to be reading out when he's filming it with a lava lamp, and just posted it beneath my video. So I went straight to the bit where it's describing the drop over distance, right? Because the general gist of it is beyond 13 miles or beyond 12 miles, suddenly they start accounting for curvature in big scale projects. And then later down in the same paragraph, it's saying that because there's beyond 13 miles, the distance with the derived drop with respect to it that needs to be accounted for. You're like, oh my God. So I just put obviously quote marks around that section and go, here you go, here's your, and it gives it in a formula, H for the height and D for the distance. It's breaking it all down in the most basic mathematical terms for the flat Earth linear distance that's used to infer that beyond 13 miles, according to this citation that he's got, suddenly Earth becomes curved. You're like, how curved? Well, the drop over the horizontal distance that we measure, of course. You're like, no, everything's always reliant on flat Earth measurements. But people have started to dig out little bits of cope since the book's come out and respond to me in ways that you just wouldn't anticipate. It's weird.
Yeah. We've been over that, though, as well, that scenario. I mean, we did it on one of the shows talking about that. I can't remember the names now. I mean, regardless, obviously you got your theodolites and total stations, but then when you ask Google or a search engine, what equipment is used when in surveying on larger scales, like over the 13 miles, they'll list other things out. I can't remember now without searching it again. One of them might be satellites, they say. One might have been a laser and something else. But then when you dig into each one of them examples and do a little bit of research, each one of them is also measuring angles, vertical, horizontal, and distance. They're doing the exactly same thing as the total stations and theodolites.
Precisely. They've all got the same tools at their disposal and the same principles of length, breadth, and depth, and angles within those Cartesian systems. It's actually quite basic when you break it down to what they're ever going to be measuring. And it's always in the same reference structure. It's always flat. That's when once I appreciated exactly what you've said, that's when I started saying it's always measured flat without exception. Because it is. There's only certain ways that you can measure stuff, and it's really limited when you break it down.
Yeah.
Back in a sec.
Yeah. All right. But like you say, they must realise it, because they are forever handing Nathan the flat Earth measurement on a fluffy white pillow, or the sextant on a fluffy white pillow, or the theodolite, or the total station, or the level, or the compass, or the map. So they are, Nathan. There's our globe proof. All these angle measuring tools and pieces of equipment and compasses that are used horizontally parallel to the surface of Earth, and map scales, linear distance on map scales, showing the 0 degree baseline and the curvature of hills, which is measurement of rise over run from the horizontal. So yeah, every way you look at it, Earth is measured flat. And the Greeks all knew that, because they measured angles using sticks and shadows. And Al-Biruni knew the Earth was flat because he measured the height of a mountain like that. And when I was a sailor navigating the sea, the surface of the ocean appeared very flat to me. Triangulation on the surface of Earth, all achievable without one single use of a curve. Even the Greeks did it 2,000 years ago, and Al-Biruni. They've always been doing it. Every story you read will be measuring angles, height above sea level, elevation angles using surface level. They'll be talking about distances, altitude, plumb. They'll be mentioning north, south, east, west. Everything that falls out the mouth basically will be tied to a flat Earth, because it has to be, because the Earth is flat. It always has been. We've got sea level. It's always been level, and we've just used it from day one for all future measurements going forward. It's been done from a level plane. That's that. So there you go. Did you find any? Oh, is John not here? No.
He might be. No, he's not. No.
So no, just he put something on the in the chat the other day. You were talking about the Tri-Square and how they used to be manufactured, years and years and years ago, using a plumb bob and line of sight, but they used to use the horizon to get the 90. So it was just quite interesting. So he thought he was going to try and dig a video out. He said he might have had a short video on it, which would have been interesting. But I'll ask him again later. Yeah, but that elder bear, he's fucking. He's in pain, isn't he? And I don't know. I don't know his personal details, whether he's married or he's got kids or he works for a living or what does he do in his normal time. But he must just this must just eat him up every day. It's really eating him up. He's getting bad. You can see him. He's getting worse. It's really affecting his mental health. I'm getting worried. A bit worried for the guy, to tell you the truth.
Well, he's obsessed with gatekeeping me and what I do.
Spooky, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, a bit noisy. I just have to turn that off a minute.
I don't know if anybody told you, Nathan, but the owner said thank you, and he really appreciated you coming over. His name is Binoculars. He gave you a thank you in the text.
Must have moved away, Steve. Have you been in there before, Steve? Have you heard of that?
No, I hadn't. It looked like a big room. It's got a lot of members, but I didn't recognize anybody in there.
No, that's when I found it earlier. I thought, it's got a lot of members, and we might find some new people. See what they're talking about and what points they're bringing up. Are they, feast of nonsense, or are they talking about measurements? It's just be interesting to get into a new faces, new people. Just introduce ourselves that way. But then you get, like you say, Elder Scumbag and Rob Noxious turning up, spoiling it all. Maybe try. I'll keep popping in and out of it and just see if there might be a particular day or time where it gets fuller. Well, that won't help us out if it's not during the show time, but I'll keep my eye on it. Might be worth going back in there at some point. Or indeed, we'll try and find some other servers the same. Just get, there must be other servers.
Well, it's just another server to frequent, isn't it? So, the fact that they've accommodated us today is wonderful. It's just another server on the list. But before we started recording, I was explaining to Gugushi and to Neil that this has just been a means to an end. So over the last month, I've been acutely aware that the book is imminent, but there's going to be here's where we are without the book being published, and what we're talking about. Well, that it'll come out in a couple of weeks and it'll be very influential and people will enjoy it. And, there's only so much you can do in preparation for some big release. So what have I done? I've gone into all these random servers and started arguing with these people so that people can see the effectiveness of the material that's produced the book. It shuts down all debate. Earth's measured flat and you're using flat Earth measurements. Along the way, we've had a bit of fun with people like McToon, and he's exposed himself with people like Buck for being a liar. Those sorts of things are little Brucey bonuses. But ultimately speaking, it's just provided entertainment between that point back then and now, because the book's come out now. So it's next stage, you know what I mean? So having an extra service, I don't need any other places to offer a gateway to the show. I've got plenty. You know what I mean? There's plenty of gateways through the Discord servers, and there's thousands of them. So there'll always be another one, even if the half a dozen or a dozen that I'm currently frequenting suddenly all decided that we're going to boycott me, for example, because they can't cope with my presence in their echo chambers. Okay, again, it's not like I'm ever going to struggle to find somewhere to offer a gateway to the public. And it's a good chance that any of those particular public gateways will probably have people like Elder Bear and Rob Noxious or whoever else that they just want to find wherever it is that I am, so they can hopefully take some sort of charge or some sort of semblance of control over whatever it is I'm doing at that particular moment, because they're so thoroughly obsessed with me. But there's no real advantage beyond the entertainment I was offering the audience. And now in the interim, while I'm sorting out a few Amazon issues that are ancillary to the book's publication, it's like, I'm sure it's going to be, like I say, no more than a week or two at the most till I'm on other shows talking about the book with random people on YouTube.
Yeah. You said Paula was going to maybe make contact today, did she? Or
yeah, well, her and I last night, she was showing me the press release going, are you happy with it? And I'm like, well, actually, no. I want it to look like this. And then I'd got a formatted version, albeit with completely different wording and stuff in it. But I was like, you see how this separates the contact information from the actual release date information and the subject information and the blurb about it and how it relates to them. I want it separated and laid out in these sizes with these bits in bold and these bits underlined. So it's like, can you format it, basically? And she's like, yeah. So she went through all that last night and then showed it me at the end. And I'm like, yeah, I'm happy with that. And I'm kind of glad that we took our time with it and at our leisure started to tweak it and make it more appropriate and have it have the ability to have one line adjusted at the beginning to make it that much more personal to the individual that it's being sent to, so that it is an effective tool to hopefully get me out and about, as Jardo was putting it earlier. I do want to get out and about, and that's what it will take to do it, and you do have to put a bit more thought into it. So I saw a Bro Sanchez video today that he's going to be doing or going live in, I don't know, 18 hours or whatever long it was. And I just wrote in his chat, because I look at my chat and I can assume as a YouTuber he'll do the same, that he'll be getting a press release from me, because I think it was Eli yesterday saying, you know, put Vinny and Bro Sanchez and Killer Priest to the top of the list because they've been primed by him. I'm like, yeah, no worries, absolutely. So that's what I've done. I've asked her, like, can you put those people to the top of the list? A couple of other people have passed on information for people that they want me to go and see or hopefully talk to, and even given me contact information for them, which I'm delighted about because it just makes the list a little bit longer. The list being about 100 strong currently. So when I counted them just before sending them to Paula, I was like, let's have a look roughly how many people there are on this list, individuals. And I think it was about 100, because obviously I might have miscounted, but just at a rough count, it was about 100. So having added a few more to the list, I'm hoping that there's in excess of 100 people potentially getting press releases from me over the course of however long it takes to individually contact them all. And like I say, I would hope that within a week or two, or even less, like next week, early next week would be wonderful, I'll be on some random show talking about Measured Flat. And I've already got stories to talk about it, right? I'm like, yeah, this is controversial. This is cutting to the heart of the subject, to the point where the people who oppose me want to shut me down immediately. I've already released pamphlets suggesting that they're debunking all the aspects of it, that they're encouraging people to download as a reaction. You're like, it's already generating spin-off publications. So you're like, this has had such an impact. It's not even been out a freaking week yet. Can you believe it? It's like mad. But plenty to talk about.
It does feel a lot longer, doesn't it? I think. I mean, it's only a short space of time, but you think, God, what's going on? You think it's been out a lot longer.
Yeah, if somebody told you this had been the reaction after a 5-day period, people would be like, "What?" I think it's actually a week. Was it last Friday that it actually launched? I think it is actually a week.
Yes,
but nevertheless,
it was. Yep.
So it's been out a week. But within a week of its release, it's generated a huge stir.
Well, make notes on it. Well, I know you can remember it all, but, you know, this might be... There's a little story developing now, like you say, from the initial publication of the first book. There's already a story evolving from this for the second book.
I don't know. I've no intention at this stage to write any second book. if there is, it's going to be a hell of a long time from now. So someone was moaning about U2 the other day, and they're like, look, they spend 2 years putting an album together, then they release it and spend 3 years touring it, and then they think that they're God's gift to music, like they're freaking Billy Joel or something. And I was thinking, so it took them 2 years to write the album, and then they toured it for 3 years. So a 5-year turnaround for an album. I'm like, this book's taken almost 3 years to write. So let's round it down and say it took a couple of years to write. If you cut out bullshit where nothing was being done, let's call it 2 years. So you go, this might have a 3-year publicity cycle. I could go out and tour it for the next 3 years before it starts to wane in terms of the interest that it's potentially going to generate. And then it just sits as a book that occasionally sells after the fact. But there's a good chance that I'll probably spend the next 3 years publicising this book.
Yeah, when you put it like that, yeah. Yeah, that's like you say. That's all they've done, isn't it? They've 2 years to write the music, and then 3 years to go and sell it.
Yeah, and why not? You know, if you've got something of a high enough quality. I mean, this person was saying that they were rubbish. Of course, he was a critic and moaning and saying, "Oh, you know, Miles Davis comes along and he puts music out constantly, and when people are interested in talking about his last album, he's on to moving the next, and that's a true musician versus you two who are just garbage." That was his take on the thing, which is often the case, right? You're like, but you're talking about U2. Like, they've been around for decades, and you're still talking about them. Yes, you don't like them. And apparently his particular production house had been sued by them. So you're like, salty much? And he was like, no, I'm definitely not salty that they sued my company out of existence. You're like, really?
Is it also U2 who forced one of their albums on all iPhone users' devices?
Yeah. Everyone woke up one day and suddenly they got a U2 album on their iTunes account that they didn't ask for.
But you can do stuff like airdropping, can't you? I remember years ago, I used to do it years ago with your show, I think. You can airdrop things onto people's phone, can't you? You could airdrop the link to the book. if it's
well, I think somebody wants to publish it with like sticky QR codes or whatever they call them. You know, the little squares. Or somebody wants to publish. Somebody's becoming an affiliate, so they can presumably sticker bomb places with that particular QR code, and I assume that they'll have a certain degree of success, and people will click on it and then download a copy. But you know, great if you're going to go out there and do guerrilla marketing with sticky PR codes, and that's how you're going to hopefully make a few quid as a passive income off the back of Measured Flat. Then I'm all for it. It's like you get 30%, and so do I.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, but people have, it's just when people have got, that's kind of how the publisher originally sold it to me all those years ago. It's like, look, people just want a thing to make a passive income from. And it doesn't matter if it's your book or whatever random. If it's put under their nose with the ability to sell it, often they'll just go, oh, that's just a thing I can sell. And I'm like, yeah, I can relate now. This was before I was flogging the mics. But I was like, I just need a thing to sell just to make a bit of extra money. So you just find whatever, you know, at that particular moment I was looking at a new microphone. So you're like, this is just the same as speakers that I've trained in. So it doesn't take much to increase your knowledge and then be able to flog it. Well, if you've got a book that you're interested in because it's a subject that you've been looking at, you're going to go, oh, I know about Flat Earth. And if I'm selling that book under my video, and I do occasionally mention Flat Earth on my YouTube show or something like that, or I talk about it in Facebook, why wouldn't I want to go out and promote that? Because it's going to make me a few quid.
To get yourself one of the, I don't know if you've got anything like that where you live. We in town, I call it town, even though it's Manchester city centre. We have a Market Street, and you get a lot of buskers on there, and people singing and rapping and doing some break dancing and other stuff. But if you've got anywhere like that near you, Nathan, get a music box and then get out there with a little bit of a sign and start singing the Ether Sensation to everybody.
The Ether Sensation is the manifestation.
I know you said you'd not read it in the book.
When viewing libration.
It's a great tune, that. But I read through it the other day or yesterday when I was on that chapter, and because you said you and Paul had skipped over it, but I made a point of reading through it. It was good.
It's just one of those that I've read it so many times off the page in the iPad when I wrote it, well, long before the book came out, that I know what it is, what it consists of, and when the book first came back for the first revision, so it's in a format that can be considered a publishable format. The first thing I looked at was the fact that the sizes on that poem were all over the place, and it's because I'd written it in a notes format in the iPad, and then emailed it, and then written it in a bit of the email, and emailed it back to myself from my phone, and it just become this formatting nightmare of garbage, and it ended up just getting rewritten once, so that all the formatting could be in the same size and the same. It's like, let's just type this out again, to solve these problems. Let's just start on a fresh Word document and just type it into that. So that's what we did. It was one of those first things that you do, and from that point you're like, well, that's done. We've checked it as an individual item. So then, like I say, when it came to what you might call proofreading, although it's not, it's just me reading it through, more often playing it on a voice to text or text to voice, right? When I got to that bit, you just switch off. You're not paying any attention to it anymore, because you've already worked on it.
You've already dealt with that, and that's just like a block within the chapter which has already been dealt with.
Yeah. So when Paula would be reading it back to me when we were doing editorial changes, same thing applied. Like, well, we've already worked on that bit. So you'd get to it and you'd be like, yeah, don't bother reading that. There's no need. Or certain citations where there are actual citations quoted. You're like, yeah, you don't need to read this. Or there was other examples like the Bentley letter. You get to that bit and you're like, I don't read all this out. And we just skip over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, those citations and those different inserts, that's just like a producer sampling another person's work. You'll never get credit for that, but you use that as an example just to dress up your product. But at the end of the day, the heart and soul of the concept is Nathan's. So let's get Nathan's catalog of all his teachings since the birth of FED and the I can say the evolution as Nathan said, not the evolution, but the ascending knowledge, acquired, put all into this book. That's what this book was supposed to be about. References and sources for references is what the inserts of the citations are, and you can put that anywhere because that's public domain. You know what I mean? That's what's out there. But it's grimy. It's just so grimy how those two did this. And it's funny because it's not even getting any love. And if anything, they're now on the, not that they weren't before, they're now on the Dave Weiss, Witsit, and Jaron list of the detriment. Not that the measurements need them or need anybody, because the measurements speak for itself, but they're part of the detriment and another poison in the lake for conspiracy theory connection. Like they just I don't know, they're tossed to the feast of nonsense idiot side all the way now. It's confirmed.
Yeah, there's not much space at the tip of the spear, so I put positive spin on things like that. You could say, oh, well, the shithead list, people who've stabbed you in the back. That's basically what he's talking about. But I'd rather put a positive spin on it and go, yeah, unfortunately, when you're at the absolute tip of the spear, there's going to be people who fall along further down the blade, and it is duller further down. It's just the way it goes. Rather than, these people have taken it upon themselves to stick a knife right in my back. Why? Well, because I was helping them, obviously. Why else would you? Oh, okay. Oh, that makes perfect sense. But it stops being of consequence. I know you're generally not hanging around us all the time, D, so this might be an unfamiliar turn of events for you that you're sort of unpacking in your own mind as you explore it. But it's just become a chapter. So it's like the final, last but one chapter. It's the one that Elder Bear wanted to talk about the whole time. And I'm like, no. Nah, if I can't validate that you've actually purchased it, then I'm not interested in discussing it with you because you've stolen it. So when you've got nothing to lose, that is to say, it's not when people have invested in something, even if it's only $15 to download an e-copy of the book, right? Believe it or not, there is then a certain degree of attachment to that as a product because you've gone to the extent of purchasing it. Now, if you cheapen it by going, well, it's free. No, it's not. In your mind, you've cheapened it so you can pour scorn on it by making it free, but it isn't free. It's stolen. That's what these people fail to recognise. Now, in their mind, they've gone, I'll just lie. I'll lie and say I was gifted it. Now, all you're doing is lying to yourself like people who cheat, steal, thieve, con, fraud. That's what they have to do. That's a necessity of being a scumbag. But I don't want to discuss their opinion on something that they've ripped off. It's like saying, oh, well, yes, I saw the new Doom movie. Oh, you did? How did you see it? I watched it at home. But it's at the cinema. Yeah, well, I sat at the back of a preview and filmed it with my camcorder. Or today it would be, I filmed it with my phone, surreptitiously. I filmed it with my glasses, my Ray-Bans. And that's the one that you can watch. Here you go. You can have it for nothing. Here you go. I'll send it to you. And then by the time you've sent it to thousands of people, when someone says, well, you've stolen that, you go, nah, thousands of them about. I just happened to come across it. No, you've acquired something that was of a value that you're now going to smear because you've got it for free and justify how free you've got it with some excuse because you've thinly veiled what you've done, which is steal. Now, in the case of Edibert, the way he's decided to dilute it is by saying, quote, thousands of people have downloaded a free copy. What he's doing is he's diluting his guilt. Now, why do I know that as a term? Well, because I've watched all these crime stories about how criminals behave when they're in police cells and they have to detach themselves from their crime that they've committed. They want to spread the blame. Yeah? So, but obviously he didn't know when he's saying, oh, thousands of people have done it. Therefore, I'm only a little bit guilty of theft. That's what it essentially is. I know his game. But ultimately, what's really happening is he wants to get involved with the book. He just hates me so much that he doesn't want to see any financial benefit come my way as a result of his deep-seated interest in me. So he's conflicted. But if you can get a thieved copy, but that has the consequence of, well, now you're a thief. And, you know, I'm never going to let these people forget it when they're like, I've been given it as a friend of a friend. Yeah, you sound like a thief. That's the kind of thing a thief would say. Yeah, the legitimate people that have actually purchased a copy, you go, no, you seem like you've bought a legitimate copy and you're not too concerned about the $15 it would cost you. Or, more importantly, they're less concerned that, oh no, I might help my enemy with $15. You're like, really? You're that sad? Most people aren't that tight-fisted. If they want to critique it on a video, the chances are they'll just buy a copy, read it, and then find the bits that they're going to critique as a book reviewer. Not, oh, I want to review it, but I don't want that guy to benefit the $4.67 that he'll get out of it. How dare he make $4? You know what I mean? So you'd rather be branded a thief than me make $4. Okay, go ahead, but you're a thief now. It's like that's their mentality. It's bizarre mentality. It's really hard to understand. I couldn't do that. You know what I mean? I'm not a thief and a pirate, but some people would rather do that than support a flirf. They'd rather become a thief pirate than support somebody who they want to oppose and are obsessed with.
Yeah. Going to say something then as well, Nathan, but well said. Oh, God, it's going right out of my head.
Hopefully we get some positive reactions next week. So what I was hoping for this week was a few people from our side, but they're going to be in lesser numbers, obviously. There's more of the glurfs to respond to it initially, and they're more motivated to because it's in opposition to their religion. So or should have anticipated them reacting first when I was fishing for you guys, but hopefully there's more flurfs that actually respond to it. You know, it'd be nice to actually get some positive reviews as opposed to my opponents who will say, it's crap, it's garbage. Well, of course you're going to see it that way. Well, you hate me. You know, you don't want anything I do to be good.
Yeah, that's redundant. That's redundant.
I've mentioned a few of the chapters, Nathan, and I'm reading it, and I sort of I like the way you've entangled everything together. That's what I like about the book. Whereas you're talking about the housekeeping questions, you've got your story and journey in there at the same time, and you're also bringing the heliocentric model into it, and all the time you're talking about these things, you keep bringing it back to all this was developed with flat earth measurements, all of it, and that is brilliant how you've done that. So I am enjoying it. I'm reading it slowly at the moment because I've got that much on, and like I said, I've been in hospital all day. I'm up to the ether chapter I'm up to, but I do like that, the way you've done that. I would like someone to do you mentioned Simon Dan before, but obviously people are going for this bloody, what's it called? The deceit chapter, whatever it's called. I can't remember the name of it. I'd like someone to review it properly, go through the main points, where you're saying this, you know, the housekeeping question and going through that and how everything relates to a flat earth. And this is how we used to look at things, or we'd spend how much time talking about, for example, the distance to an oil rig, you know, from the observer's height above sea level. This is how it's changed now. This is how we'd bring it up now. So I'd like to hear some nobbies, like you say, or glurfs or anti-flat earthers review it.
Well, I don't mind at what level they review it. So, like, you've pointed to Simon Dan, his obvious immediate appeal to the characters. But he's, at least, I haven't watched this video, but in the 20 seconds I did watch when I was like, thanks for the advert, and then my kids started screaming at me for something. In that 20 seconds, what I did get to hear was him immediately talking about me getting ripped off, in other words, the betrayal chapter. And you're like, okay, so on the surface that appeals to the base instinct of the lower mind to talk about the people. However, I can only assume, based on how it was framed at the beginning of his video, that he's going to go on to talk about specific events, i.e. the event of me getting ripped off. So at least at an average level, he's appealing to it slightly differently than Edinburgh today, when he's just obsessed with the particular individual. Who's this particular character? Who is it? Well, it's this person, I think. It's like, yeah, that's kind of why I've written it in that way, because it generates intrigue. I'm sure you can all remember me saying there's going to be certain people who take a great delight in trying to figure out who is who in the characters. You're like, yeah, that's like appealing to a really low level of the book, though, isn't it? But if that's what people like, and that's what they start appealing to and wanting to talk about, like Edinburgh today, like he's so keen to get to that bit. He just wants to keep it there as a way of discrediting me and what I've done in terms of me getting ripped off yet again. So that's his focus. And you're like, okay, you know, great, if that's what you've taken out of the book. It doesn't really address the overall overarching concept of flat Earth and its measurements. That's obviously, you know, too high a level for some intellects to actually cope with. And maybe it'll never get reviewed on that level. You know, maybe nobody's going to come along and, like you have, and go, I really like the way you've intertwined the flat Earth measurements into the basis of heliocentrism at a foundational level in the way you've written about it. That's a very high mental critique that you've offered there, One Deck. You know, you're demonstrating your intellectual prowess, if you will, by attacking it at the highest level, which is the ideas and the concepts. You know, that's what the higher degree of people will hopefully review when they come to review it. But you are reviewing it, you know, albeit on my show. It'd be just nice if there was people external to the show, like Simon Dan, but just from my side rather than the opposing side. Not that I'm, you know, in any way ungrateful to Simon Dan. You're like, thanks very much. I did actually, literally, very rarely will I go into his videos and say thanks for the advert. You know, hopefully I get a chance at some point to actually watch his video, and, you know, maybe it's full of condescending garbage about things that aren't necessarily that important. Maybe it's full of praise for stuff that he likes because he's found where his pseudonym might be mentioned or whatever. You know, who knows how he's going to critique it.
I was going to say that. I was going to say he's probably trying to find who he is, and he'll be talking about the reference range. Well, I will have a listen to that, actually, and flick through it and see what it is. I mean, I don't know if he's not getting too low and condescending. It might be something we could listen to.
Exactly. It might be something worth reacting to. But the reason I was content to immediately switch it off, in other words, I very quickly lowered the priority of it, was when within his opening 10 or 15 seconds of his video, he's like, here's where he's accusing people of thieving his fourth draft. You're like, okay, well, I mean, that's just a matter of fact. It is an event that took place, but it's reference to me saying it in his video. So I'm like, I hate these kind of videos. They're really difficult to react to because for the most part, it's just chopping up bits of my video. So if I react to it, it's me reacting to me more than it is me reacting to him because he's just playing chunks of my video. Like lazy videography, basically. That's unfortunately the way it is on YouTube. The people that just literally steal everyone else's material and sit alongside nodding it, giving occasional commentary. Those are good chances are going to be doing reasonably well because people just love that particular formatting. The problem for me to react to it, and I picked up on it immediately, is I won't want to react to this because I'll be reacting to me talking about me and my circumstances. So it's just thanks for the advert. I'll put it down the priority list. There's a lot more important stuff to currently be doing.
Yeah.
But at least it generates some interest. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah, you want a legitimate review, don't you, really?
Maybe he does, like I say, I haven't watched it. Maybe he does do a legitimate review further in the video. Like I say, I watched about 20 seconds. But within that 20 seconds, I'm like, I don't want to respond to me talking about
Nathan,
me.
Nate, who do you believe or who do you anticipate that'll give you a fair and genuine review?
I don't know. Well, hopefully the people that have me on their show. Hopefully I'll get to go on people's shows and they'll actually talk to me about the book that they've read. You know, the chances are the majority of them probably won't read it before having me on their show. They'll just want to talk about flat Earth with a flat earther, either to ridicule or praise that concept without having actually read the book that's been put in front of them, or without having an interest necessarily in becoming an affiliate so they can make money from it. Or maybe there'll be somebody who's already become an affiliate in the last 7 days, has already started making money off selling it and has seen money hit their bank, and like, I want this person on my show so I can talk about how wonderful it is. I've read it twice. But that would be the ideal, right? Somebody who's on your side that critiques it in a reasonably diplomatic way, but also is full of praise because they actually liked it and want to promote it and sell it. That's the ideal. It's just, I have no idea what I'll get. It might be that every single one of the 100 contacts that I've got currently, or 102 or whatever it is, will say, yeah, we'll have you on. It would be lovely. And the minute I get there, they're like, you're an idiot. I'm going to show how you're evil and should be locked up by the police and have your vicious gathering of people's data exposed to the copywriters who will copyright every video, and you'll lose your YouTube channel and your kids will be out off you. You just don't know if every one of them would be like that.
You know what I would look forward to? Either the ex-UFC fighter, keep forgetting his name, or Joe Rogan have you on the show. Being that these guys are either on the fence or they're more on the it ain't no globe side. You know what I mean? Somebody like that will give you that real non-biased but opening, they'll open up and let you explain the book, and they have already given you your props in the past. That's the only way you're going to get a real fair one, where it won't be a bunch of... Excuse me?
Sorry, mate. Go on.
Yeah, so that's what I wish for you, man. That's what I wish for you right there. Or Candace Owens, that'd be beautiful, because she throws little things in there like cracking, like she makes sarcastic scoffs at the lunar landing, because she's now, due to this Charlie Kirk thing, and being that she's realizing and she's breaking down like 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th century connections to what's going on now. She's going through the 20th century. She's connecting all the dots. And now she's, Hollywood, the entire infiltration of this and that, the parties thereof that have done it. And she's even added NASA as one of those parties of this whole thing that's going on. That's a whole
the Nassau Coliseum.
She's just putting everything together. So even she herself, with her broad audience, I can see her, if it wasn't so inflamed with what's going on right now. Right now, there's a lot going on. But if she had the time, I could see her giving you a fair interview and reading your book, because she's very, very studious. She loves reading books. That's how she knows information about those whom she critiques and and gives judgment on, or because she never faces her adversary without knowledge of them. So even if she's your adversary or you're someone of interest to her, she'll give you a fair interview. I strongly believe that.
Cool.
I was thinking of Piers Morgan.
Man, please. You don't know his behind. You don't know his behind from his heel.
Have you got the other guy down on the list? What's he called?
Eddie Bravo.
Do you know for sure? Without a doubt, that
Jesse Lee Peterson's top of the list. Yes.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Who?
Jesse Lee Peterson, is it? Yeah. He had Weiss on, didn't he, D-Rose? And he was asking him.
I think Stu Peters, too. Stu Peters would be a good one, too.
Post anybody that you want to suggest. Post them in Master B. Ideally with contact info.
Yeah. Just got to jump out for 5, guys.
So, Jesse Lee Peterson, let's just show you this. Guy that had David Weiss on. Do you know for sure and without a doubt the earth is flat? Remember him?
Yeah, he had charisma.
This guy.
Not talking is there about any necessarily just is there any flat earthers? Go ahead now.
Go on.
I was gonna say, is there any flat earthers like other than yourself you look at and you're like, yeah, this person is like right about a lot of the stuff he says.
Is there any flat earthers? I don't really watch any flat earthers anymore. Most of them have stabbed me in the back in some way. The current ones that you find on your way in the present tend to despise me for whatever reason either as well. I have no idea. I have that effect on people.
Hey Nathan, you think even Eric DeBay has a little thing about? I mean, I think Eric DeBay would you and him have like a little podcast joint conversation. You know what I'm saying? Without anybody talking about what you should have did, what I would have did, and giving anybody any lectures and reprimanding. I'm just saying, I think that would be a good connection too, because despite the piece of nonsense that he does, put out there, that we deem it as a feast of knowledge, he does talk a lot about aspects of measurements. He uses a lot of nautical, military, when it comes to, distal measurements and everything. So I think that would be a good flow too. I think he would. I don't think he would be an issue, in my opinion.
So honorable? No, I'm asking you what's good about the blacks in Africa.
What's good about the blacks in Africa? What the hell? Jesse Lee Peterson cracks me up.
What's good about that?
Well, this is a black man asking another black man what's good about black men in Africa. On multiple levels, it's just funny. He's just amusing.
I don't know. I mean, I couldn't tell you. Because I'm an American. You know what I'm saying? I'm the copper colored found by the Europeans. I don't know about that. Can't answer that.
Anyway, that's, like I say, he was top of the list because he tore a strip off Dave, and we quoted him and his show quite frequently. Do you know for sure and without a doubt the Earth is flat? Yes, it's measured flat. So yeah, I put him at the top of the list.
You were mentioning on your show today, Simon Dan did a review. What did he say? Because I haven't watched it.
I don't know. I watched about 20 seconds before my kids took over my attention. So I was in a Discord server, the one that we went in today, trying to establish who the owner was. And then I got a notification of a comment which said, Simon Dan's reviewed your video and exposed it for the garbage that it is. So I did a quick search of my own name, found the video, and it had been out a couple of hours. And I went and quickly had a look at it. And then it wasn't actually my kid. It was one of the neighbours' kids started throwing a squishmallow into my face. And I'm like, you're going to knock my iPad out of my hand. Stop it. And this is the neighbour's kid, right? So obviously I just stopped paying attention to Dan's video. And then once she'd stopped throwing the squishmallow, because I went in the stairwell to type a quick message in response, which was thanks for the advert, which I sent, and then dutifully watched my two daughters play with the neighbour's kids outside. So something else took my attention. And then I went back to the Discord server and came in, and then the show started. So in other words, I was distracted from other things instead of watching Simon Dan's video. But what I did gather from the first 20 seconds was that it was me talking. So he's like, Dan introduces it with something like, do you remember when I talked about this flurf getting ripped off? And then he cuts to me talking about being ripped off. So within about 5 words, he's got me talking extensively about my circumstances. So as soon as I saw that, immediately it's like, oh, it's not Dan talking about the book. It's him playing clips of me talking about the book, which is crap to respond to, because suddenly I'm responding to Dan responding to me talking. And in terms of if you just play that back as a podcast, like as an audio-only file, it's hard to distinguish when it's me talking on the reaction that Dan's making to me and me reacting to Dan reacting to me when you do a reaction video to that. So it becomes convoluted and awful to watch. So like I say, within 20 seconds of realising that, Dan's video went straight to the bottom of my priority list. And I just thanked him, as I say, for the advert and moved on. I'm sure in time someone will come to me and go, oh, I watched Dan's review of your book. He didn't actually open a single page. Or I looked at Dan's critique of your book and he beautifully summarised all of the flat earth measurements within 25 seconds of this particular excellently crafted speech, or something like that. You know what I mean? But until somebody does that, I have no interest in it, because I can't just play it through cold. I already kind of know what's going to be in it, and it won't be great to listen to from my audience's perspective.
Yeah, and Salman Dan is probably the thickest person on YouTube, so who cares?
Well, he is kind of a personification of your overgrown, fart-sniffing 12-year-old, and in many ways he's the father of the term anti-flat earther, because an anti-flat earther is somebody that's willing to brace against their own global rhetoric because they want to brace against a flat earther who's unpacked it. So I, in the particular instance with Salman Dan, steelman the globe Earth's claim of having 2 reference frames for a Coriolis effect, and in so doing, I'm then challenged by Dan saying, you and your reference frames, the ones I'm steel manning from the globe, are ruined, because he doesn't actually comprehend his own system. That's to say he's either incredibly stupid, or is, as the terminology then went on to describe, an anti-flat earther. He just wants to brace against me and what I say, even if what I say is the globe is supposed to have 2 reference frames. We don't see that effect. Well, Nathan's claim of 2 reference frames is ruined then, says Dan. You're like, how stupid are you?
Don't forget about that alternative AI, not artificial intelligence, arrogant ignoramus. That's what he's also.
As there's a plug opportunity in this particular segue, you can actually read all about that particular instance in the chapter called Coriolis Effect in my book, Measured Flat. So if you want to get a heads up on reference frames and the Coriolis Effect, it is easily my least favourite chapter, because it is the most irritating of all the subjects, because it is the easiest to convolute into a gaggle screw of nonsense where even your own globe-believing opponent, in this case Salman Dan, doesn't recognise that he's undermining his own globe Earth claim when he seemingly braces against me. So just from that, you can hopefully appreciate that it's a convoluted subject at best with a limited understanding, and even with an exemplary understanding, it has to be unpacked in such a way that it takes a long time to do. So I, in the book, compare it to an example that's Carl Jobst. I've just given away his pseudonym now. Anyway, one of the pseudonyms, I'm not editing that out, describes going through a video game, Doom 2 specifically. And in that game, there's a particular stage where the quickest way to do the stage is to walk along the walls. And the walls are only 2 pixels wide. So in order to go along these walls to do the speedrun in the quickest possible way, you actually have to go quite slowly. And as the name suggests, speed running the game, that's incredibly frustrating, to the point where most people would forego doing it what is easily the quickest way, if perfected, for going a little bit slower by being able to run through monsters and corridors and having to blow things up and perform tasks, rather than just running along the walls slowly, frustrating many gamers. But one particular gamer, in his frustration for these tightrope-like walls, perfects how to do them. Now, I'm comparing myself to this particular gamer who's running these tight ropes and then perfects them. And he becomes the record holder, the world record holder in this particular stage of the game and in various other stages as well. But there came a point, and it's the reason I wrote about it, where he's being described because other people find a little cheat, like a shortcut, that doesn't involve the walls, right? Where they can do the stage quicker. So they suddenly start employing this cheat where they manage to blow something up at the beginning of the stage and then hurtle to the end. And the guy who had perfected going slow on the walls, tightrope styley, was still quicker than the people with the cheat, because he'd perfected it. You know, even when there's a seeming shortcut, it's the guy who figures out the complexities and just disciplines himself to being able to overcome the challenge, that you know, inevitably gets to the victory at the end of it. And then that person learns to love the stage because they're the best at it. Now, the guy who's doing the stage has the same attitude. I still hate the frickin' tightrope walls. It's really annoying. You still fall off them. They're still easy to fall off when you're trying to run along them faster and faster at a slow pace on 2 pixels. Well, I compare that to Coriolis because it's really easy to fall off the tightrope of Coriolis effect. That is to say, when you're trying to explain to somebody how their claim in globe Earth context has 2 reference frames, an inertial and a non-inertial, and how those are claimed to create an effect that we are suggested to see on a globe Earth that we're supposed to be standing on when we assume it to be the case, but we don't see that effect already without having fully unpacked this. Somebody who's listening to me explain it verbally goes, I'm already lost. What are you talking about? So to be able to write that in a way that hopefully is communicable with a reader, where they understand at the end that regardless of this nonsense cockwaffle about Coriolis effect, all we're really describing is flat, non-inertial reference frames. They're flat. Everything about it's flat. Whether it exists in reality as per the globe Earth claim or not is inconsequential, because it's a flat Earth description and a flat Earth system. So, yeah, okay, we don't actually experience this effect that's suggested to prove we spin, but ultimately speaking, even if we did, we'd be measuring Earth flat to achieve it when we don't see it. So it again becomes moot. Earth's measured flat regardless. But if you just want to understand how the globe Earth claims we can prove that we are spinning, essentially hijacking the movement of the lights and suggesting the ground beneath your feet turns, then you need 2 reference frames to achieve it. Enter Dan to tell me that my reference frames are ruined. Now, without, again, going through it in multiple formats to suggest how their claim their globe has 2 reference frames isn't my responsibility to have debunked by someone like Dan, is why that particular chapter becomes incredibly lengthy to unpack all of this. But there we go, that's such is life. I hope, even now, I still second guess myself about that particular chapter because of how convoluted it is. You know, it is a complex subject to unpack, Coriolis effect. And most people will hear Coriolis effect and probably instinctually assume that that's a globe Earth only claim. It's like, it's got nothing to do with globes. Quite the contrary, it's a flat measurement of a flat description of a flat reference frame rotating. But most people don't even know what it is. They just assume, oh, well, Coriolis effect is the thing that proves Earth's turning, right? It's like, no. There we go.
Well, that's where I was up to when I text you, Nathan, because I actually didn't get through that chapter in one go. And I was getting... thinking, I'm pausing this now, I'll carry on tomorrow. And I commented to you that this bloody Coriolis chapter's doing my head in. And you said, have you got to that bit yet? Anyway, I picked it up next morning or whatever, and I read it. And when I got to that bit, I thought, that's exactly how I felt going through this.
Yeah, because I've peppered it. I thought that was the case by the way you were reacting to it. There's a certain point in the Coriolis chapter, right, when we were editing it, we were reading it back, and I'm going, this is complicated, right? Especially as a newbie, you get to this point, you'd be like, frickin' hell, this is heavy going. And then just after, when I've got to the point where I've recognised that, I've dropped in a bit of text that says, if you're reading this and going either, my God, this is tedious, or my God, this is complicated, or my God, this is boring, you're not alone, right? That is a normal reaction to have. And it's partially explaining why globe Earth has these complicated concepts applied to it, so that it's just that little bit more complicated than most people will tolerate. They'll go, nah, I just haven't got the time to invest in this shit. It's just, yeah, people smarter than me have got this covered. I don't need to worry about it. And you're like, they rely on that. Make the globe just that little bit more complicated than most people are happy to endure. And then they can just put it to the back of their mind, and that's manipulable. So that's exactly what happens. Now, by contrast, the people who oppose us, the fart-sniffing dweebs on the globe side, have, to a certain extent, invested in understanding what these concepts mean. Or not if you're Simon Dan and you're just stupid and don't understand how reference frames work. But for others, they've actually gone to the effort of learning what Coriolis effect is. The inertial and non-inertial turning reference frame causing not actual deflection as you turn beneath an object travelling straight through an inertial frame of reference from a non-inertial turning reference. Sounds simple, right? No. Just that little bit more cognitively expensive than most people want to invest in. Intentionally. Like most things global. Let someone else worry about that complicated stuff. I don't understand it. That doesn't mean it ain't real. That's most people's attitude, right? And you've experienced it whilst reading the chapter until you get to the point where I'm disclaiming it. Yes, this is freaking tedious. Yes, this is cognitively expensive. Yes, that's intentional. And no, you're not stupid by getting to this point and going, bloody hell, this is giving me a headache. Because that's a normal reaction and, in my humble opinion, engineered to be so that you don't worry about it, so you don't look into it, so you don't spend the time. Because why would you? There's no boat at the end of it. There's no prize. Yeah? You get to be an adenoidal fart-sniffing dweeb at the lowest rung of society for understanding it. So you can go, oh, well, actually, it's a non-inertial turning reference frame that causes a not actual deflection in the inertial reference frame. Isn't that interesting? Will you sleep with me? Why are you running? Is that the prize? Repelling women?
For me, I had the hardest time trying to understand just the definition of inertial turning reference frame or a turning reference frame or a non-inertial turning reference frame. And I spent too much time trying to figure out what that all meant. And what it finally came down to is just realizing that the whole explanation and the way of trying to explain it boils down to the fact that you have to imagine that you're on a freaking turning merry-go-round at the playground. That's it. You're done. That's when I just finally said, oh, the only way they can explain this is if you're sitting on a freaking flat merry-go-round spinning around flat horizontal plane.
Exactly.
Okay, we're done. That when I get in discussions about Coriolis, which I rarely do anymore because no one understands it, even Globers.
I do.
And when you call them on it and say, explain it.
But that proves Earth is spinning.
No,
The fact that, we got Coriolis.
Yeah, we've got Coriolis, therefore it's spinning. That's what Neil's saying. Surf Daddy.
Imagine, you got to imagine you're on a merry-go-round on the playground to get there.
No, I don't, Flat Earther. You have to imagine it. We know it to be true. We're trying to help you. You have to imagine it so you can understand how we're spinning.
That's the point where I tell them, oh, okay.
And every example of a Coriolis effect, you're going to need a horizontal plane rotating.
That's correct.
Exactly. You need the merry-go-round. Now, if I get a Glober that starts saying all this stuff that you're saying, Neil, so very well, that's interesting. Then that's when I ask them, okay, well, explain what a turning reference frame and a non-turning inertial reference frame are. Because I can't quite get that. Can you explain that to me? I know darn well they have no idea, just like I have no idea.
It's because it's well confusing. The frame of reference that's moving with you on it is non-inertial. Because as far as you are concerned, you and the ground you are standing on are as one. That is non-inertial. But then when you throw in the correct description with Coriolis effect in mind, you're talking about a non-inertial turning reference frame. So when George says that's a flat plane of reference, like a merry-go-round or a roundabout, yes, that's the non-inertial turning reference frame. So that it's concise for this show. That's you sat on a roundabout or merry-go-round, as I like to call it, on the playground. So you sat on the merry-go-round, you are attached to spinning on that non-inertial frame of reference. The inertial frame is the frame of reference that the people standing either side of the roundabout throwing a ball, that's to say that it's the ball's movement that we're going to be describing in this effect, and the ball's movement through the inertial reference frame is a straight line. So the person standing on the ground, not on the roundabout with you spinning on it, are throwing a ball over the top of it. So that's the inertial frame with the ball travelling through it in a straight line, and the non-inertial turning reference frame with you, the observer who's going to describe this effect, sat on it. So as you sit on the non-inertial turning reference frame, observing the ball above you, you observe the ball that's travelling in a straight line back and forth appear to curve as you watch it. That apparent deviation is called Coriolis drift or Coriolis deflection. The reason it occurs, that's you turning beneath, is called the Coriolis force. Now it's a pseudo force because you rotating on a non-inertial turning reference frame has no actual effect on the ball. The ball travels straight. But as you turn beneath that ball, it appears to curve. That appearance of curve is suggested to be the curve of the lights we observe in the night sky. So you're claimed to be observing a inertial reference frame with objects in it travelling in a straight line, appearing to take a curved path as you turn on a globe Earth when referencing heliocentrism beneath. That would mean that Earth is then an non-inertial turning reference frame, and anything not attached to it is claimed to deviate 15 degrees an hour of drift. Not because the things are actually drifting. There's no actual effect. It's a pseudo force. The ball isn't actually curving. If that's true, then Earth's turning underneath aeroplanes, underneath hot air balloons, underneath drones. And we'd frickin' notice when it's pointed out that we don't observe this effect. You get Simon Dan. Quote, "You and your reference frames are ruined," when he shows an example of something not drifting. Like, things not drifting are not confirming the globe's claim of Coriolis deflection, which is things suggested to be drifting at 15 degrees an hour, something we do not observe. This attempted explanation to make Earth non-inertial and turning leaves you with an effect that you don't observe occurring. Things that are travelling in the inertial reference frame, hot air balloons, drones, aeroplanes, helicopters, aren't drifting, because if they were, flights travelling west would have their flight time shortened as the Earth turned underneath them, something we don't observe. So to unpack Coriolis effect, even verbally, takes a solid 5 minutes. Easy. I don't know if it's the longest chapter in Measured Flat, but it's got to be right up there. It's going to be a long chapter, the Coriolis deflection chapter, unpacking this and explaining how suddenly they become my reference frames because I can explain them well. It's like I'm explaining this concept that works on a merry-go-round that's alleged to take place on a globe Earth where we don't see that effect happening.
Yep.
Meanwhile,
Want to hear a funny thing today? Go ahead, go on, because I want to change the subject. So go ahead, Surf Daddy.
I just wanted to cap this off with, meanwhile, I'm on a turning horizontal merry-go-round that is the representation of me standing on the Earth. But isn't the Earth supposed to be
let me just correct
off?
you. Hold on. In. For you to describe this axially, then axial rotation has you in the centre of Earth at the equatorial plane. For you to describe an axis running through it to describe this effect from that plane. So when you say on, no, the Coriolis deflection can only be mathematically ascribed to the axis travelling through the centre. Therefore, you're describing it with respect to a plane in the middle of the ball. You're in it, not on it. Sorry to make that critique.
Do you know that? Hold on. You know that that's why it's so important to get to the measurements and stay there. Because once you do, you don't have to deal with Coriolis.
Well, it's alleged flat plane rotational value with respect to an axis. That axis isn't applicable because it is subject to the false direction fallacy, which is why all of this gets summarised in 2 chapters. One is the molten iron core chapter, the other is the Coriolis effect chapter. Obviously, there's going to be a certain amount of overlap between information that's disseminated in the book, but this actually gets covered in 2 different places.
Well, here's the thing I was going to tell you. So I'm on the job site, and the guy I'm working with is talking to the customer, and they're talking about gold if they invested, and real estate. And the guy says, yeah, and I'm going to have any more real estate. I said, well, you never really know, right? They can find more land like they found in the Americas. The guy says, yeah, if we wait on Elon Musk, maybe on Mars, if we travel north. I was like, hold on a second. North is not up. This is how bad the world is so confused. They think the only way to find more land is to fly into space north.
Yeah, I also
Hold
cover
on,
this
we
in
have
the
an
book.
objection. We have an objection here regarding Coriolis. Without this, without the platform, without the merry-go-round, yeah, so-called pendulum.
Yeah,
Nevertheless, Foucault pendulum is meant to be swinging north-south on a horizontal vector, north-south, and is meant to have a spinning of Earth at 15 degrees per hour, which requires a horizontal plane. Not only that, it requires the pendulum itself. But the spinning north-south, that's a horizontal vector.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't realize that a horizontal plane is still required for the claim of Coriolis.
Yeah, so the claim of axial rotation with the pendulum or with the gyroscope is the 15 degrees an hour drift because the Earth is claimed to turn underneath. So a pendulum is a plumb bob that swings back and forth only. So it goes backwards and forwards in one orientation only. And the Coriolis effect is supposed to be affecting it and knocking over the dominoes as the ground beneath the pendulum that only swings back and forth turns underneath the pendulum. So therefore the suggestion of that parlour trick, when in reality it's just got a mechanism that's twisting it at the top, but that aside, the parlour trick is that Earth's turning underneath, knocking over the dominoes. So Earth's the non-inertial turning reference frame. The inertial reference frame is like the ball. So the pendulum goes back and forth in a straight line, exactly the same as the ball. So in my example with a roundabout and the ball, the roundabout is the equivalent of the pendulum. It just goes back and forth in a straight line. And then because, like the roundabout, the Earth is alleged to turn underneath, the dominoes are being brought to the motion of the pendulum because there's a Coriolis effect, allegedly. But if Earth's turning underneath the pendulum, then Earth's turning underneath the hovering drone, and Earth's turning underneath the hot air balloon and the blimp and the aeroplane and the helicopter, and we'd freaking notice.
Hold on a second. We just established. Hold on. First of all, Coriolis. That's a globe Earth claim of proof. And I just established that Earth is measured flat. Why am I talking about this?
Because there's then a suggestion of convoluted gaggle screw of nonsense that confuses the audience to the point where it's too cognitively expensive, and they will therefore resort to their default position. The reversal of the default position being Earth should be considered spherical rather than Earth is measured flat. So because people's default position has been set globally, when this becomes cognitively expensive, people revert to, well, it just must be a ball. That's why.
Yeah, but I just made it so easy. Because if it's measured flat is an aspect, correct?
Yeah.
So it takes it out of that whole globular nonsense.
Yeah, that's how we do it in modern times. Absolutely correct. But when you're unpacking something that somebody might not be familiar with in terms of the context and how it's applied, that's Coriolis effect in general terms, that has to be unpacked in the chapter. In modern times, we just go, you need a flat plane for this. And that would be the end of the discussion, Neil. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah. But it's
I'm
good to
glad
listen
you broke it down the way you did. 1 second, one deck. I'm glad you broke it down the way you did in the book, even though I haven't read it yet, but one deck was a little annoyed with it because he knows it. But I do believe that readers need to read it without anybody rumpusing, and that's the beauty of the book. I think it has to be done just the way you've done it.
They need to read it without somebody going, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're not talking about that. I'm not talking about measurement through the top of it.
Yep.
Is that what they need?
Yep.
What, like today with Rob Noxious in an unmoderated server?
Rob and Edibear wasn't shutting up while you were talking.
No, that's what they want. They need to be able to control the narrative somehow. Since the book's come out, that's the main objective. Say the book's not very good it doesn't even have any measurements. Nothing to see here, but the fact that it's out, I think we should have the police sent round. Very serious business.
I know what Neil's saying, and that's the point we're at. But like you say, and Neil knows this anyway, it's a journey, the book. It's your story. You've included the housekeeping questions and all what we went through. But like I said before, all along that way, you're pointing out we could have just told them Coriolis was to do with a reference plane also, which is what we do now. We didn't have to go through all this, but but you're learning Coriolis along the way in case you do need to know it, and you are interested in it. This is what it is, but this is what we went through on the journey on FED.
So it's all there. It's a nice story. It's a nice journey, and it's all entangled very nicely.
Yes, but he has stolen all those measurements for himself.
You better have those numbers. How dare you want people's address
I mean,
for an affiliate program?
You could argue whether they're stolen or hijacked, but definitely he's taken their measurements and created his own.
Yes, have you not heard? The equator's mine now. I'm very proud. I feel like a proud father.
I haven't had 5 minutes, but I'm definitely going to start your wiki page.
Great.
So the minimum angle of elevation to Polaris is now yours. You own an angle of elevation. Good for you, Nathan.
Excuse me. Can you refer to it in the proper title? It's called Nathan's Equator. How dare you not refer to it correctly?
Yeah, I'll do it properly next time. I'll try at least.
I was trying to think of it. I can only come up with Neff elevation. I'm trying to get Nathan and elevation into one word.
So I was working. I couldn't hear what Rob was saying. What was he actually saying? He just kept talking through Nathan?
No, he said they do have all the globe measurements. But they've always had the globe measurements. And when we asked what they was, he said it's the Haversine formula.
And he was throwing a few false claims out there,
The
too.
formula after the measurement.
Yeah, Haversine formula, which isn't a measurement, which we pointed out. Tides, which is to do with
gravity and the moon.
Mean sea level. The average levelness of the oceans. Tides, still use it for the 0 degree baseline for all measurements. What else did he say?
No, one deck. It's the moon. It's the moon causing the tides, one deck.
Yeah. Coriolis, he actually mentioned Coriolis, which we've just been talking about. That was his globe proof, Coriolis, which he never ever witnessed from an Earth-based perspective.
Hold on, the moon causes the tides. How many times does the moon passes overhead a day?
Listen, I don't want to hear you flat earthers.
If you have too high
It is proven that the moon causes the tides. Go learn about gravity, Sasha, or George, whoever you are. You just don't know about gravity.
That's why the tides are always at the same time every day to match the moon.
That's correct.
Yeah, but you have 2 high tides and 2 low tides per day. The moon only passes overhead once. There is no correlation.
It's a delayed reaction.
Don't change the same time every day, retard.
Gravity causes a delayed reaction.
Yeah, also the moon passes overhead at a different time every day. That's correct.
I guess you didn't hear what I said. Gravity causes a delayed reaction.
I see. The bending of pseudo-Riemannian force space causes something. Nice.
No, I'm talking about Newtonian, not Einsteinian. When I need to use Einsteinian, I will.
They both tied at the hip anyway. They both complement each other anyway.
Right now, I'm using freaking Newtonian. When it's convenient, I'll use the pseudo-Riemannian force space.
Yeah, one's just evolved from the other. They tied at the hip.
Force space, that's linear. Sorry, you cannot have that on a sphere. Length, width, height, and time are all linear.
So here we go again. We know linear's curved, George. You proved it to us last week.
Exactly. I don't know what you're still doing here.
So just a thought, in Newtonian, how do you measure the circumference of the apple that fell on his head?
But with an elevation angle.
Oh, yeah, because you didn't know. Yeah, we don't know how high it was. But then you need to know the circumference.
Yeah, well, or you can claim that it fell at 9.3 meters per second square.
Well, that's proven. And on the moon, do you realize that you could drop a hammer and a feather at the same time, and they'll both hit the surface in a downward vector together?
I've been there, and it didn't happen.
You're not a lunatic?
Well, Rob Noxious, he's got all the Earth curve. They've got the Earth curve measurements, and he mentioned within them measurements. He mentioned we've got the angles. He mentioned the arc, I think, of the protractor, the angle and the arc of the protractor, and distances of the globe.
Okay, let me ask you a question. When he came in and started scattergunning with all his so-called proofs, he does that for a reason. Number one, we're in a new server, and that's why he's doing it. I hope people unpacked it, because I lost contact after that.
Not really. We did Nathan did start to unpack it, then the rumpusing began.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you can do F all with an angle anyway.
Yeah, so Nathan started to unpack the angle, the distance, explaining that, the protractor, using the protractor from a flat plane to the angle, and he just started rumpusing through it. Wouldn't let it finish, so he just became audio chaos.
So he couldn't get out the whole. So he couldn't get out the fact that it's a glorified protractor. Couldn't get the whole thing out where it reached a conclusion. Yeah, that's it. That's a tactic now. They've planned that. They sit together in gems and they sit together in freaking other servers, and they plan these strategies. Dawn has a strategy for Nathan when Nathan goes in worldwide debate. But you know what? Isa drives me crazy, but he did tell him something the other day. He said, first of all, you're a baller. You don't have any rights here. This is the flat earth server.
Yeah, but they're circling back the old arguments, both disappearing, bottom up, things like that, We need to go back to 2020 with Black Swan again. I mean, it's moronic at this stage. They're just trolling.
Because they don't know where to go. The measurements have got them so... The measurements have got them so freaking screwed up mentally, they don't know where to go. So they're going to go back, and they're going to bring up stupid nonsense from 2015.
Yeah. But none of them will talk about that.
They cannot go back to the horizon, because I'm holding them, the horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon at right angles to the vertical. So if the horizon is horizontal by definition, there is no curvature. So they cannot start, see the horizon. No. The horizon is horizontal.
You're just lying.
By definition.
You're just lying.
The horizon only works on a globe.
Exactly. Have you looked up global mean sea level? When I look up what global mean sea level is, it comports to a spherical surface. So you have to understand these concepts.
Did you say concepts?
Absolutely.
Spherical bed.
Okay, my favorite question is this one. How many horizontal planes are there on the surface of a sphere?
Well, there could be infinite amount.
Have you never been on a racetrack?
On the surface of a sphere, you can have infinite amount of horizontal planes. Wow.
That's what I said.
On the surface of a sphere. On the surface. Hello, surface of a sphere.
Yeah,
that's where we live.
Exactly. George, are you keeping up with what's happening here? Do you realize that in 10 years' time, we will be on Mars colonizing it?
Years is another globe proof.
I'm going to terraform Mars. I have 2 properties to sell on Mars. Anyone interested in buying? I have the certificates right here next to me.
Prices are going to go up soon, I think. Well, they'll either go up or down. Which is in relationship to the curve, obviously.
If you get to Mars
Financial
first, you can put your flag and claim the territory.
So what's the best flat Earth proof then out there at the moment? Who's got the best flat Earth proof? Come on.
There is no flat Earth proof.
I bought the telescope. Guess what? Now I can see Uranus.
I want to know what the flat Earth proof is, evidence of flat Earth, because I've never seen any. What is it?
Well, I would talk about the measurements as a flat earther, but I know you're going to immediately rumpus me. So why would I waste my breath?
Something to do with measurements, Neil. Calculations and
Measurements,
formulas.
you said. So linear then.
No, it's all to do with the Haversine formula, WGS84. And spherical geometry. After 13 miles, we measure Earth as a sphere.
No. We got to ask T-Rose to go speak to that pilot again, because he'll show you that it's flat.
After 13 spherical miles, we measure Earth as a curve.
Well, it's arc distances. We have to remember that. When we're talking about measuring in miles, they arc.
Yeah, they don't. Arc will be derived and dropped from the horizontal distance.
Oh, you're going to deny the measurements of a spherical Earth. They obviously arc.
He doesn't know the formula, Neil.
Exactly. Formula. Too busy writing books and not learning about the formulas.
He's not kept up with the globe Earth debate.
It's called the Great Circle Route. Obviously, it's a circle. A circle is 2D. It's embedded on the name, the Great Circle Route. Yeah. What do you mean route?
Nathan's just stuck in his echo chamber.
So how many linear miles is this route?
Well, no, they're talking about great circles. So when you've got a great circle, you're deriving a measurement of circumference. Sorry, you're deriving a calculation of circumference from the measurement of elevation angles and azimuth to give you these great circles. So to give you a value, like the equator, when I'm strawman with the equator, this is essentially a great circle derivation. Well, you can only get the value at 24,000 by taking the minimum and extracting out the radius, so then you can calculate the circumference. But then you've got a curved value for miles that comes after the linear radial value. So it's an after-the-fact derived value for their great circles. But the great circles are a description of the way azimuth functions with respect to a compass pointing north. That's what you're deriving it from. If you get a value, their value is derived after the fact from a radial value that you get from an elevation angle. So these are all values that have been bastardized from an original measurement of a flat Earth with an angle into a derived value by minusing from 90 and timesing by 60 the angle that you've measured to give you a value for a circle. Now that value is a radius value when it's converted by the 60 that you're timesing it by into nautical miles. So that nautical mile straight linear radius value that you've got in miles can be then extracted out into a claim to be circumferential value in miles. That's the attempted straw man burning that Elderbear and Bev have never got to the end of, because the minute they start talking about it, I'm like, so your equator, and I'm going to make it, if they get to this stage, make it fail for the globe, because that's where this failure occurs if you suggest the value's wrong after extracting it from flat Earth angle measurements. It's just, as I keep telling them, not my responsibility. I don't care if this value fails when you extract it from a flat Earth, when you've got an angle that you've got to acquire from a baseline to derive the value in the first place. If it fails, I couldn't give a crap. It's not mine. But that's how you get the circumferential value. That's where you get your 24,900, whatever it is, equatorial value. That's after the fact.
Yeah, but the elevation angle's got nothing to do with the surface of Earth, Nathan.
Well, not if you're deriving
you had the other
specific
guy the other
aspects of
day
Earth's
coming here and
sphericity from
said
it.
that he did a measurement and it's not 3959 miles, like the claim was ours. We don't claim there should be a distance of 3959 miles of a radius of Earth. It's not our claim.
Yeah,
How
exactly.
dare you coming in and say, oh, your maths don't work because we measure the angle and we multiply by 60 and it doesn't come to 3959 miles.
Exactly.
It's
So
not
they're
our
saying,
claim.
so it's a bit like you and your reference frames have failed. The minute we point out the linear distance value that's acquired from measuring Earth flat with angles, when they say, well, no, we say that value that's calculated does not work, you're like, well, so it doesn't work for the globe it's claiming then? I couldn't give a crap. That's not my responsibility. But if they can position it such that I take ownership of Nathan's equator and then they say how it doesn't work, suddenly it's only Nathan's equator that's failed. But they need to have me take ownership of it to do that. And all I ever do is go, so you're about to debunk the globe then? Have at it. No, it's yours. It's yours. No, it isn't. That's what they got to do.
Yeah, but I can take an elevation angle to Polaris from my back garden using my tool, and it's got, I'm not using the surface of Earth.
Yeah, you are. That's what elevation means.
Who said that?
But that's just what elevation means. It doesn't need specifically and explicitly detailing. If you're measuring an altitude angle / elevation angle, ipso facto, that's what elevation means. It's the degree from the surface level in the vertical that gives you the angle. The 0 is the baseline. Now, if you say, well, it's parallel with eye level, you're like, yeah, well, eye level is parallel with surface level. To have an eye level, you've got to have a height in the perpendicular vertical also. It's like everything about every single claim when they try and get out of jail because it's a flat Earth measurement leads them to slap the flat Earth measurement you're pointing out of your hand and put another one in your hand in replacement. You're like, what, you're going to use eye level? Okay. You still need that to be parallel to a plane.
Yeah, but you haven't got the height of the star, so
height. I haven't got the
measurement.
I haven't got the vertical altitude with respect to sea level. You say?
If it's not required to have the surface, then what are you measuring from the distance from one star to another?
Exactly. What's the point of fricking doing it then?
If I want to travel from that aeroplane to that.
There's a number of reasons why you'd measure an elevation angle from your back garden.
Is it because you've just decided that you want to acquire the height that you can't get?
That was funny though. He would not tell you what elevation
navigation. From your back garden, you can use the other light, the plumb bob, because you're in terra firma. At sea, you only have the horizon at the reference point. It's slightly different. Nope. It's more difficult to acquire an angle when the boat is rocking.
You can use a pool table on the boat for the horizontal.
You can use a bucket with water.
No, you can use a snooker table. You can use your snooker table if you want. That's the horizontal. That's the only horizontal we need to get the elevation angle for the globe.
And from the idea of the bucket of water, they developed into a bubble sextant.
Yeah, bubbles around. You've never seen a raindrop?
Now, what you need is a horizontal plane of reference to achieve the angle. If you have a bucket with water, the surface of the water will remain horizontal. And that's the whole idea of the bubble sextant.
Have you ever seen a curved puddle?
Curved like a puddle, curved, yeah. Like a lake.
Yeah, curved puddle. Yeah.
Curved, yeah.
Curved lake. Have you seen one?
I saw a waterfall that was curving.
Yeah, water does curve. Raindrops off leaves. Water's not flat. It's curved.
If rocks waterfall.
But when I see an elephant fly.
It is a funny time at the moment, though.
not funny. It's like, it's like this is the turning. We knew something was going to happen. Now the book's come out. It's made it even worse or better for us or whatever you want to term it. But you know what I mean? These guys are going, they're crumbling. They're actually breaking down in front. Look, I mean, Elder Bear was a perfect example today. He's always been bad, but this was like, that was Gollum after the ring. He needs the ring back. It's like he was actually acting like Gollum. The ring, the measurements. It's like, it's killing him. It's weird, isn't it? How a grown man can behave like this over, like, people just discussing who disagree on the shape of the Earth, right? It's just an adult conversation. I don't think the Earth's a globe, and I've got some measurements, and I can tell you what we use to measure it. I'll give you examples of surveyors. I can talk about sea level means sea level. We can talk about how we navigate using sea level and the horizon and horizontal. We can talk about straight and level flight and all that, right? It's just me as an adult talking to you who, you believe you live on a globe, but you just listen to me and take it on board. And then think, oh, you might have a few points there. I'll go and look into that.
The thing that was telling to me was when he said, no, I'm not going to use this against you, effectively. I'm looking out for you. Well, if you were looking out for someone, you'd DM them. You'd do it privately. You wouldn't bring it onto a live show.
Yeah, but let's face it, we're debating horizontals, man. That's how stupid the argument has become.
Well, there's no argument. It's just measurements from sea level. And sea level's the beginning and it will be the end. And it'll all come down to levels, not level. In simplistic terms. That's what it's going to boil down to.
Oh, the other one that I heard yesterday was that sea level follows the curvature of Earth. I thought the sea level was the curvature of Earth.
Well, they've got that many horizons. I don't know where they are.
I mean, it makes no sense.
What do you mean?
Because guys are saying
it doesn't make sense. Sea level follows. Has it got legs? Is it following something? Sea level. It's just sea level. It's just the oceans combined together, all one full body of water covering the surface of Earth with a mean average level for all elevation profiles. It's a linear horizontal line. You can see it all mapping, all maps.
As I've said,
it's horizontal.
You must have a curve of water, otherwise you can go water skiing, could you? If it was flat.
That's where all the measurements start, from sea level. That's the start of the process. But
I had a dream I was skiing once.
What?
On a global scale, that's where it starts at sea level.
Yeah, it's a turf war. I'd rather hear both sides of the tale. Not about places, it's about faces. I've seen the bright get duller. I'm not going to spend my life being a colour.
Just going back to Rob Noxious, I think, he found out we're in there. That's why I said to you in the beginning, he sounded like he was being like, semi-okay, just in for a normal... It wasn't his normal Rob Noxious self to start with. He was sort of being quite, new server, just, this is me, Rob Noxious, the Glober. I'm going to put a few things forward just to show you that these guys don't know what they're talking about. And then he got, when he pointed out that he uses flat Earth measurements to, make a statement about he's got global measurements when he used angles, distance, and I can't remember what else he said, but Nathan went through a couple of the points. He was demonstrating that he was measuring a flat, and then, like you say, he kept referencing Nathan when Nathan was pointing out, you're on a plane and you're talking about the protractor. That's what your arc is, and you're measuring an elevation angle to that. But I think you went in there just to...
So, Dick,
So, Dick, is it fair to say if all you spew is flat Earth measurements and flat Earth terminology, isn't it fair to say that deep inside you either want to be or you are a flat Earther? In denial.
Yeah, that's what Nathan points. Yeah, that's what Nathan points out. They and John that they need flat Earth more than we do. They demonstrate it every day of the week when we go into these servers with the fluffy silk cushion. But they keep handing Nathan. Here's a sextant, Nathan. Here's a theodolite, Nathan. Here's an elevation angle, Nathan. Here's sea level, Nathan. That's what they do. They're giving you the measurements all the time. Here's Eratosthenes, Nathan. Here's Alberuni.
Here's McToon in Antarctica.
I think I know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I know what they're doing. You know how when we were in school and that professor was trying to give you every hint to find and finally make you come to the point of understanding. I think that's what they're doing to you, Nathan. They're giving you all the hints and they're waiting for you to actually concede and admit that you are a flat earther. I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're waiting for you to come around like what a sensei does to his little grasshopper.
This has been good for the book, though, like Nathan pointed out before, and we've spoken about before, but in this sort of waiting time while Nathan's sort of, contacting people to get out there on the next move. He's demonstrated, and Nathan's done it fantastically, calmly, and just highlighting, keep giving me the flat Earth measurements, guys. It's all in the book.
Yeah, but this is good to transform these questions into like pub quiz questions. For example, how many horizontal planes are there on the surface of a sphere? Or how can you have gas pressure without a container? Or, I don't know, simple questions for simple answers. So people start realizing the stupidity coming out of their mouths.
Yeah, but I mean, an example for that is like Dwayne, I say Huntington, the map reading guy. We enjoyed his video, and he was telling us all about the trig points and sea level and how these trigs are all connected horizontally in these distances and areas, and how we measure the Earth really, and how we can navigate the terrain. And he was a really happy, jolly guy, just going about his map reading business and telling everybody how to navigate the surface of Earth. And then we pointed out to him that, when you're using a compass, is, using horizontal parallel to the surface. It's a flat Earth prerequisite. And he lost his marbles at that point. So some people are going about the business measuring Earth flat and talking about how they're measuring it and using the levelness and sea level trig points and the triangulation and stuff like that, not realizing until somebody comes to him in a certain way and says, well, basically, no. You do realize that you're sort of talking about and navigating Earth flat. Now, as soon as that's mentioned in a certain way, the guy then goes into, I don't know, some sort of psychological dilemma. Starts talking about the curved magnetic fields coming from the molten iron core, which Nathan goes through.
I want to say, you forgot to mention that north-south is horizontal on a compass. If you aim the compass up or down, you're not going to have a reading. It needs to be horizontal. North-south is horizontal.
Yeah, that's what we pointed out. That's what I pointed out to him on one of his videos, and I sent him some citations, definitions, and we had a couple of conversations going back and forth. And he permanently deleted all my comments and deleted me from ever commenting on his show again, because he didn't want anybody to see what. And I wasn't being funny. I wasn't being horrible. I was just giving him some factual citations and information regarding the cardinal directions, horizontal directions. And he deleted and he banned me for life.
Yeah, and when you look at the map, where is the cardinal? The cardinals will give you the directions where to go. Not just the distance, but will give you directions as well. And the distance between 2 points is the shortest distance. It's not a curved distance. Doesn't exist such a thing. It's a linear. Distance must be linear because the units that you're going to use is linear.
Exactly. And he didn't
What
like
about
that.
the compass? What about the compass? What about the compass? Little Boy Scouts, children, compass. What about the compass? How do you hold it? How do you hold it? When you look at the south arrow, which way is it pointing? Which way is north pointing? Just like Nathan asked me. It's not north is not pointing up in the sky. You're not holding the compass vertical. You're holding it horizontal.
Don D-Rose, you didn't hear today what happened to me?
Nah.
That's exactly what the guy did. The guy on the job site said, we'll find new land when Elon Musk shoots his rockets north to space. I said, wait a second, north is up. They really think north is point and south is down. It's insane.
Yes, Neil, you're breaking up, but yes, we got the gist.
Oh, you say?
Yeah, I'm breaking up because go ahead one day.
I'm saying it's crazy times, like just explaining to George about the mapping guy. He went into bits about it, but he was just having a happy day up until we came along and said, you know, you're using that compass horizontally in all these directions are horizontal, parallel to the reserve. He didn't like it because at that point, his make-believe heliocentric religion was getting a hammer smashed on it. So he was no longer the nice mapping guy who we'd all looked at and thought, oh, he's a great guy, smiling and just measuring Earth flat without knowing.
He's now the angry reification guy.
Yeah, but he should reverse it. He should reverse it as well on the explanation on the question. Yeah, imagine instead of mapping the dry land, you're mapping the seabed. Where does the measurement start? What's the reference point? How do you find the depth of something? Is
Was
that
this
the
a real
surface?
cartographer?
Because you're telling me it's not the surface when I'm measuring the height of something, but it's the surface when you're measuring the depth of the sea. I see.
Was this an official cartographer?
He's a guy who
He's just a guy.
He runs like educational courses on mapping.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
He's mentioned in Nathan's book. Nathan gives that story on is it the Malta 9 core chapter, Nathan? I think it is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the wrong
On
direction
the
fallacy comes up with a made up character.
Yeah, Dwayne.
Nathan.
Yeah, but he go on, mate.
So I just want thank you on that. When does the paperback come out?
There's no plans for it as yet.
Right. Okay. So it's ebook for the foreseeable future.
Listen, have you never seen a printer? If you don't got access to a printer, just download the book on right, and then go and print it on A4 or A2 or whatever you want, and then just make a cover up for it. And
yeah, I suppose I could pay a company to do it as well. I was just thought, why would I go to that step myself if there's one in the pipeline?
What we have to do now is every time Edit Bear comes in, we just got to say, Edit Bear, you were wrong. You said Nathan's book would never come out. You were wrong.
And I know just what to put on the cover of the book. The Masonic symbol, the compass and the square. For the measurements.
All the measurements.
Edit Bear was just wrong.
Yeah, we don't even.
I know.
It shouldn't even be.
Protractor.
Listen,
that's a good one.
It shouldn't even be He shouldn't even be manifesting his name right now. He's a low-life scumbag, Snake. And even as talking about
There's
him now,
no manifestation of the proclamation of the dualization. What are you talking about? He's going to come in and rumpus us, and when he does, you're just wrong, Eddie Bear.
It should just exclude him from all conversation. He is obviously a piece of shit that exists just to try and shit on Nathan.
Well, I agree.
exactly.
I think we should totally get rid of him. Like, not even allow him to be in our presence.
Yeah, this is what we said. How many months ago did we go over the bloody? This is the attention that they want. They want the argument. You're going to feed them this. Yeah, he got fed today a little bit. He got a little bit of energy off us.
And I was gonna tell Nathan he's doing his job right now, because all you're talking about is freaking how this is not right and that's not right and whose address you're getting. This is what he wants. He doesn't want Flat Earth to be mentioned, measurements to be mentioned on a new Flat Earth server.
I told you they're nothing but vampires. They're parasites, man. Persistent parasites. That's all they do. They're influencers.
That's the right word.
Yeah, that's all they are, bruh.
It's like remember Clubber Lang in Rocky 3? No parasites and leeches, get out my face!
I think he was trying to justify why they've stole the book, because they don't want their bloody stock names exposing if they buy it legitimately. That's where I say he was going.
Yes, that's what the woman said. They project out their worst fears. So his fear is that people will find out who he is and he has to be accountable for what he says. So he projects that out and says, "Oh, you're gathering people's data." No. But maybe you should make a report. No, well, I don't want to do that. And it's like, no, you're just concerned that you might end up being in a position where, to be legitimate and not called a thief, you have to dox yourself in your mind. You're like, yeah, because you're worried that people will actually find out who you are, and there might be some consequences to the words you say. You've only got your brave pills when you're an anonymous troll. That's basically what they're projecting out, isn't it? Their fear of that.
Wait,
the plan works, Nathan. So you've got McSpoons in for send the boys round.
Yeah, I need to be scared that the boys will be sent round, because these beaters often weaponise the real men of the world, like the police, like social services, the people who've got power that they do not. They'll try and weaponise them.
Yeah, but that thing today, I don't know, like you say, we had trouble with the server. There might not have been a lot of people in there. I was going in to talk about the new rhetoric. You had the girl, I missed that bit, who was quite nice talking to you. So we was going in to do that, meet new people, talk about the rhetoric, that, listen to what they're saying, maybe feast on nonsense. Say, listen, we're not telling you what to do, but it's just measured flat, and this is how it's measured flat. And that all got ruined with Rob Noxious and Eddie Bear. That's what they're doing, stopping us in our tracks.
Yeah, it's like seeing someone you don't like who's having a celebration at a pub, and instead of carrying on, you have to go in the pub and convince everybody why the person who's having a celebration is a bad person. They shouldn't like him. Just weird behaviour.
I just want to turn it into a pantomime.
Oh, no, they don't. Oh, no,
yes,
they don't.
do.
There's no measurements in your book on measurements. Nothing to see here. It's a joke. But it's also simultaneously so serious that we need to have the boys sent round.
Yep. And didn't he call you scum at one point? He said to show people the scum that you are? That's projection. He knows
again,
he's scum.
Total projection. I like going out and stealing things and being scummy. So I'm going to call you that and pretend that you're somehow putting everybody's identity in danger. And you're like, what are you talking about? Even their fake, they're scared for their fake personas. It is pathetic. It's like Buck when he needs to put me on mute. Like, you are a faceless nobody, and yet you still need a mute button against me so that you can be heard. You're like, what? Pure projection.
Well, there was a list of words that bowlers couldn't use, because every single one of those words means flat earth. Why? Because it's the reference of those words, longitude, latitude, the elevation angles. All of that is measurements of Earth or referencing the Earth flat.
So if
And
McToon
then
put
they
out
ask
a
us for
book,
the measurement.
hold on. If McToon put out a book, I can safely say that not one of us would try to put him in harm in any way.
No, none of us would give a shit, mate.
Right.
We've got lives to live.
We wouldn't give a shit. Exactly. That's my point.
Before we address McToon, he needs to pay, the $10,000 offer, for the elevation angles that he was using.
Wouldn't be anything in his book that we didn't already know anyway, or well, that we know he would say.
If he doesn't pay what he's owed, he's a fraud.
The point is, we don't give a shit about him. We don't care. They could all write a book.
And now, hold on. So this is what flat earthers are talking about, an elevation angle. Pay. Be man enough and pay.
They could all write a book tomorrow, and I couldn't give a shit. I wouldn't try to take it off the shelves. I wouldn't be interested in buying it. I don't give a shit, and that's the point. But they give a shit. They really give a shit. Why? Because we're talking about measurements, and that totally destroys their globe.
Hey, one thing, do you still have that list of words?
The one Neil made?
Yeah, I get that list together for you. That's my list. Yes. I've got it right here.
Can
Let
you
me
read
pull
it
it
out
out.
for us? The measurements of Earth. Come on, Neil. The other
It's called the 30 Dirty Words.
Right, on that humorous note, I am actually going to round out, as we've done over 4 hours on this particular after show. So with that, I'll say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, smashing the super chat, all that good stuff. Also, check out a copy of Measured Flat. Info boxes where you'll find the links to both the book and an affiliate link if you wanted to sell the book and make 30% for yourself. So check out both the affiliate links and the book link in the info box below this video. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you in the next video.
Millimeter, it be accurately measured. It's measured flat, direction up and down. Flat level we at, flight over ground. Descending from that breeze, heading in degrees. Horizontal, flat, ESC, now you know it's flat below.